Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? My name's Spencer, and I am a best ball draft addict. But tonight, I'm not drafting a best ball. Tonight, I am drafting an NFBC Draft Champion. Super excited about it too. This is going to be, it kind of puts me outside of my comfort zone and doing this on here. And I'm really looking forward to that. Like, I love drafting DCs. It's going to start in 15 minutes. So we've got a few minutes to hang out here and wait for that to come on. While we do, I'm just going to sort of talk about DCs, what they are, for anyone who doesn't know. And yeah, just kind of let you guys see that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in and share my screen here. Let's do that. All right. Okay. So this right here, well, that's not the layout that I wanted. There we go. So this right here is my NFBC page, and this is our league tonight, Draft Champions. This is league number 1552. This is my second draft of the year, my second DC. And normally I have a lot more done by this time, but this year I've made a concerted effort to not do as many draft champions as I've done in the past. So this is a 15-team league. I'm going to go ahead and bring the draft board up here. Bring that up. Okay. So this is a 15-team league, and in this league, we're going to be drafting 50 rounds. This is a roto league. This is not best ball. This is a league where every week you can set your lineup twice. So once on Monday, and on Monday when you set your lineup, that's your lineup for the whole week pitching wise. But for hitting, you can change your lineup again on Thursday night going into Friday or Friday morning. So you can change your hitting for the weekend. This matters in this format quite a bit for hitting because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of guys that are better against platoons, and you're drafting super deep. We're drafting 750 players. So you can really play matchups where if you have, for instance, a lefty who pretty much only plays against righties or a righty who only plays against lefties, and if they've got a weekend where they're going against two of the three, for instance, of the opposite hand, then you can put them in and you kind of utilize your matchups from a hitter aspect. And that's really, really important with managing your team in this format. But pitching, it's once a week. So with pitching, it's whatever you decide. And as far as starters or relievers, it's whatever you want to do. So the scoring categories over here on NFBC, what we're looking at is it's the standard roto scoring. So that would be 5x5, which is runs, home runs, RBIs, steals, batting average. And then over on the pitching side, it's wins, saves, ERA, whip, and Ks. So tonight, what I'm going to be doing while I'm drafting is just talking about my thoughts on players, my general strategy, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that here in the time while we're waiting. So as far as strategy goes, so one thing that I do not ever try to do is punt any categories. What I mean by that is steals, saves, those categories matter. I want to focus on making sure that I get people, and I don't want to just say, oh, well, I'm not going to get saves. I'm just going to go with a bunch of starting pitchers. Is it possible to win your league? Yes. Now, I am ultimately just trying to win this 15-team league. That's really, truly what I want to do with this team. However, it's a part of a big overall tournament that I desperately would love to finish at the top of. So I am thinking about that. I do want to think about the overall plays, the overall decisions, and what I'm doing. And that's going to play a factor. However, I ultimately am just trying to win this league. With that said, I like to build a well-balanced team. So I don't need to necessarily win every statistical category, but I do not want to finish last in anything. I want to finish towards the top in every single category, at worst in the middle, at worst. So that's the way that I'm approaching the stats that I'm looking to accrue. As far as how does that work when you're drafting? Well, there's a million different ways that people do this. I will tell you for myself, I have used projection systems a lot in the past, especially the last few years. Last year in particular, I did about 10 DCs. Um, and I really leaned into projections. So I had a spreadsheet where I kept track of what all my players' stats were based off of the bad X projections and kind of tried to build a team out with that. And to be honest, I did that a bunch of times last year. It didn't go well for me. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that happened for different teams, different reasons. Injuries play a big part. Just simply picking wrong players picks a big part. But for me now this year, how I've been drafting this year is I've been really trying to draft based off of my own personal feel on things. So as I'm drafting, I'm going to be writing my players down, keeping track of the positions that I have. As far as positions, you're going to be drafting two catchers. I'll be drafting two catchers tonight. First, second, third, short, corner, middle, 5 outfield, a utility, and 9 pitchers. Again, those 9 pitchers can be whatever I'd like them to be. Doesn't matter what position they are, as far as starter or reliever. And then the bench, so there's 23, so that leaves what? It's a 37 person bench. Is that right? No, 27. 27 person bench. So the bench can be anything you want. As far as how I like to build my overall roster, I generally like to get somewhere around 21 to 22 pitchers. That's what I feel is the best amount of pitchers. You know what I just realized? I need to tell the people in my draft room about the stream here in case anyone wants to jump on. In case anybody is interested, I'll be streaming. 1 second here, guys. Let me just get this posted for them. I'll be streaming the draft tonight on YouTube. My channel is and if you search that, you will find it. All right. So I just wanted to invite everyone in the league to jump in here with us tonight in case any of them wanted to follow along while we're drafting. But I hope not too many because they could snipe my picks, but that's all right. That's a part of doing live streams. It's no big deal. I'm going to be talking about who I want, who I like. That's going to happen. I have a list that I have printed out. It's my personal rankings. I have this on my computer. I could be using this, but I did this for the auction stream where I actually marked names off as we went on the list, and it worked really well for keeping me engaged and making sure that I was keeping up with who's been taking at what positions. And one thing that's really hard on NFBC, so whenever you're in the middle of a draft here, it's hard as you go through all of these different positions, as you guys see, and really get a grasp of when you're just looking at this of how deep the position is with players that you want left. By me having my own personal rankings that I'm marking off, it's going to help me a lot keep track of what I'm doing during the draft. And that's important for me because what I don't want to do is get too far behind. So I have the 5th pick, and with having the 5th pick, as you guys can see here, so I'm going to basically, as we're coming along, this is a snake draft, so we're going to go from 5 to 15, that's 10 picks, and then loop back around. So there's going to be 20 picks come off the board each time as we go this way, and then we come back, I'll have 8 picks gone before it comes back to me this way. But for the long go around, the 20 picks, I don't want to get on the back side of any runs or positional runs. Now, what that means is, for instance, let's say catcher. I'll use that as an example. So whenever 1 or 2 catchers go, that usually starts not right away, but it can happen in drafts. I'm just using this as an example. Closers is a better example, but that can start a run on the position where 2 people take them, and then a few people towards the end get scared because they've got the long go around, sometimes a full 30 picks before it comes back to them. So then they want to go ahead and grab something just because they're afraid. Well, what if there's no closers left or no catchers left by the time that it gets back around to me? Well, that's a positional run, and I do not want to get lost in any of those. So keeping track of who's gone at what position is a big thing for me. I do not, whenever I draft, just to kind of give you guys also my own personal philosophy, I do not pick my picks will not be based off of my rankings. My rankings are for me to mark names off. The reason why I do it that way is because whenever I'm drafting, I like to see how the players that I've already picked and make my pick based off of what I not only have done before, but what I plan to do moving forward. So let me give you an example about that. So let's say I want to take a young pitcher like, say, Chase Burns. Let's just use him as an example. Well, if I already have taken, say, Nolan McLean, and I plan on drafting a couple more younger pitchers later, I probably don't want to fill my team up with a bunch of young arms. I'm going to want to have guys that are veterans that I can count on for innings, because there are no pickups in this. No trading, no pickups, nothing. By the way, I have my iPad next to me, and here in a little while, I'm going to be turning Team Italy versus Venezuela on, and I have that going while we're drafting. Can't wait to see what happens in the WBC tonight. This has been an absolutely incredible WBC. I have loved it so much. I watched the WBC every year, and it's hard to say because I've really enjoyed the last several WBCs, but this one feels to me like the best WBC that we've ever had. World Baseball Classic. And I am so excited to see who wins this game tonight to play Team USA. I cannot believe that USA won the other day. I was on my last stream and I was like, there is no way we're going to beat Dominican, right? No way. And then whenever I found out that Skeens was pitching, I was like, okay, there's a way. So we've got the best pitcher in the world going for us. We have a chance. And it worked. And our bullpen was incredible. Our bullpen was so good. I was so proud of them. I mean, there were so many times that they got out of jams that it didn't look like they were going to, and they did. So, I mean, when Bednar got out of that jam, Garrett Whitlock, and hey, calls from the umps, they are what it are. This is baseball. I mean, I've been watching baseball my whole life. I'm not one of these, and I'm 40. I'm not one of these people that's all worried about, oh, they didn't have the ABS system in this. I'm glad they didn't. I mean, part of the greatness of baseball to me is the human error. Hey, it is what it is. I've embraced what it's going to be this year, but I'm glad that we have the WBC without the challenge system. Personally, very glad. Well, guys, we are getting really close to kicking this thing off. Once the draft gets started, it's going to be 1 minute per pick. Some guys will take a while to make their decisions. Some guys are going to pick super quick. So it's going to be fast and furious once we get going. This draft most likely will take between 3.5 to 4.5 hours is my guess. Based off the DCs I've done in the past, we'll see how it goes. At some point, I'm going to end up having to go take a bathroom break. We'll find out whenever that is, but that'll happen eventually. And I see we are now 1 minute before we start. So we are getting really close here. We're also getting so close to the start of the regular season. I am so excited for the regular season getting going, just super pumped. I see Joe's on. What's up, Joe? Hey, Spencer, I think the Italians have the edge in pitching. Italy should get up early. Well, buddy, I hope so, because I do like Venezuela, don't get me wrong, but I am very, very into this Italy team. I have fully embraced them and their espresso and the espresso celebration. Vinny P, Jack Caglione. How about Andrew Fisher? I mean, this is a guy I'll be interested to see when he gets drafted tonight. He will be drafted in this draft tonight, I would guarantee. I guess probably around 43 to 45. Oh, one thing I need to do is go kill the sound so that we don't have it constantly chiming on us all night. But we are rolling, guys. We are rolling. This draft is live. First 2 picks, Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. All right, Ohtani and Judge, and we are going. Let me get them marked off my list here. And there's no shock that it's Ohtani and Judge. I'm sure for anyone who's been drafting this season on any format, you know Ohtani and Judge are pretty much the 1 and 2 picks everywhere that we go. And then again, no shocker, picks 3 and 4, Juan Soto and Bobby Witt Jr. I had planned on this. I have already worked out in my mind what I want to do. And I doubt this surprises that many people, but I'm going Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr. So I have to start 5 outfield in this every week. And when you have to start 5 outfield, you need to make sure that you have good outfield. One thing I do not want to get away from me is outfield in these drafts. If I'm going to push any hitting position for me, it's going to be a few of the infield positions, not everyone. I'll leave that. But then also potentially maybe catcher. Sometimes I like to push catcher. Again, this is only my second DC of the year, but I have done many DCs in the past. My first year doing draft champions was it was either 2016 or 2017. So it was either 9 or 10 years ago. And that's whenever I learned about NFBC by listening to the Prospects 361 podcast, which I've listened to those guys for a long time. Rich Wilson and Tim McLeod. I've talked about this before, but those guys, they always remind me of like my old school fantasy buddies, the guys who were like playing fantasy baseball in the 90s, back whenever I started in the 2000s, and I looked at them as the old guys, and now I'm the old guy, and but it's great. I always love listening to those guys. They're super fun. And let's see here. Skubal and Jose Ramirez. I thought about Skubal. I will tell you that. I did consider taking Skubal at my 5th pick and starting with that first pitcher right out of the gates. But I didn't want it. I mean, Acuna, I fully am on board on a healthy Acuna season. And he can just literally provide a steady base at every single category that I have. And again, lock up my outfield 1. I really like whenever I can start teams with Ronald Acuna. I'm going to make a little note here in my notebook because I'm also going to keep track of what positions I've been taking along the way so that I will know where I'm weak and short at. So in this instance where we're at right now, we have someone who's not online. So he probably has something going on. I guarantee he'll jump on here later. But whenever this timer runs down to 0 on NFBC, it's going to go one more round where it's going to let his timer go down to 0. So we're going to have to wait another full minute in the next round. And then that's it. And then we're going to be just starting auto from there until this guy jumps on. Hopefully he will, and we won't have a team auto pick. You can look at teams that do auto pick from a good or a bad thing as we move along, because from a good thing, well, maybe they might draft some guys that the rest of us don't want, maybe like a Profar or Santander or, something like that. But they also could take potential value falls and then grab them with the auto. That's the bad part of having someone auto. But I bet that this person will get on. I highly doubt someone would have joined a $150 draft and then completely forget about it. Most likely something has come up. All right, but the auto was Corbin Carroll. So we had Julio and Corbin Carroll. Let me get them marked off of my sheet here. Julio, Corbin Carroll. And then after that, Mr. Paul Skeens. Man, were we not blessed to have Paul Skeens pitch for Team USA this year? Unbelievable. And I'm super excited to watch Nolan McLean. He looked so good in the first inning of his game the other day. And let's see here. Ellie De La Cruz just went. And then things just sort of fell apart. But I personally am not worried about Nolan. I think Nolan is going to have an awesome season. I've been drafting him all draft season. So for anyone who doesn't know me and the kind of drafter that I am, I'm sure you can you can tell by the channel name, Best Ball Draft Addicts. My favorite type of drafting is best ball drafting. Why do I love best ball drafting so much? It's because I am such a big fantasy fan and I love doing drafts, but I do not love spending a bunch of time in the year on leagues doing fab, um, things like this, having to make pickups. That's what fab is for people that don't know. That's what that vernacular is over here on NFBC. Basically, that's where you have a certain amount of money and you have that amount for the whole season and you use that to bid on players. And once you used your money, then you can no longer spend anything other than a dollar. Actually, you can't pick up guys at all once you're out of money on NFBC. But I really love drafting. So best ball drafts allow me to draft to my heart extent and not have to do any management in the season. During the year, I have 4 different home leagues that I'm the commissioner of. Plus, I draft a lot of fantasy football teams. So during the baseball season, I'm working on my baseball spreadsheets because I track stats every week on spreadsheets. I've been doing this for well over a decade. It's just sort of my thing that I do. I just do it for myself. And then the other thing that I like to do, Kyle Schwarber just went at the turn. The turn was Tatis and Schwarber. The turn, by the way, that's the 12 pick or the 15 pick in this instance. So let's see here. I got Tatis, Schwarber, Junior Caminero, WBC star Junior Caminero. That kid is an absolute stud. Love Junior Caminero. But anyway, I was talking about the league. So I do a lot of best ball drafting, but I also love gladiators. So over here on NFBC, I'm very big gladiator drafter. If any of you guys, I know in this league tonight, I know one guy for sure that I've been in a lot of gladiators with, old Mr. Brandon Gavitt. Brandon, how you doing out there, buddy? If you're on here listening tonight. I know me and you have been in a bunch of leagues together. I've seen your name many times whenever I've drafted. But gladiators are kind of like the perfect thing for me. They're my favorite drafts because they are a true mix of best ball. So there's no work during the year, no pickups, no fab, no setting lineups. And it's roto. And I love roto more than I love point scoring. So it's the best of both worlds for me. So if any of you guys that are drafting here tonight do not do gladiators, I could not recommend them more. They start the first week of November. Usually it's about a week after the World Series. So this year it was a little later than in the past. This year we started like somewhere around November 10th to 12th. It was something like that. In the past we started like November 5th or 6th. Oh, I see a few comments on here. So Joe says, I'm out on 5 and Vinny, Cags, and Fisher all go yard. I put 5 on. Oh, I love it. And then we've got another Rich and Tim listener. I love that. Okay, we are coming back around here to my pick. I don't want to get too far and miss things. So I see Mason Miller just went. Mason Miller is the RP1 off the board. He has been going most of the time recently as one. I know that Edwin was pretty much the consensus one for a long time. My first DC that I did was a slow draft that started at the end of December and went into about the middle of January. So it was about 2 months ago. I think that was about the right time frame. I'd have to go back to look to see for sure. But I was in that draft with TDK 90 Min, which if any of you guys know his channel, he has been doing DCs and he has been streaming like slow DCs and been streaming pretty much every pick. And his name's Jason. TDK is an awesome guy. And me and him were in that league together, that slow draft that I was in. And we got on and talked about a lot of our picks. We just happened to get back-to-back pick 3 and 4 in that draft. And me and TDK, a week from tomorrow, are going to be co-owning a DC together. And we're going to be doing that live streaming over on his channel, I believe. I'm super excited for that. Cannot wait because TDK is not a vibes-based guy like me where I just have a list that I'm marking off. I know things in my mind, and I'm just going to be doing projections mentally, and kind of have ideas of where I'm at, what stat categories I need. No, not with Jason. TDK, he has created the most insanely elaborate and incredible spreadsheet I've ever seen at building DCs. He's made it available for free for anyone who wants to check that out or wants to use that for themselves. It's on his website. Again, you can find his YouTube channel out. It's TDK90min, MIN. And TDK might be jumping on here later tonight. He's doing stuff with his family, but I had sent him an invite and said, hey, if you want to come on and just see how my draft's going and talk with me later, I'd love to talk with you. So that will be awesome whenever he jumps on here later tonight. So Jackson Churio and Christopher Sanchez just went, okay, I got 45 seconds. Okay. So one thing that I know that I have to do here, and I'm just reviewing everything just to remind myself, let me go back over here to the free agents. Let me take a quick look again. Although I'm looking at my list, I know I've not missed anybody yet. All right, I knew I was going to have to do this, and it kind of is gross, but I've got to do it. And that is go ahead and grab my closer one and get Edwin. Whenever I'm building a DC, I did this with Gladiator too. It's you just have to bite the bullet and take the closer at the end of round 2 or in round 3. Because if you wait, if from my pick, if I didn't take one now, then there's a chance that these guys at the pick 3, 2, and 1 someone might double tap. There could be 3 or 4 closers that could have gone by the time it got back around to me. And to me, there's a clear top 5. There's a clear top 5 closers. And after that top 5, it gets sketchy. And I wanted one of the top 5, so I felt my hand is forced to have to do that there. And I feel very good with getting Edwin. I'm not upset at all about getting Edwin, not by a long shot. I'm very happy with that. I did get Edwin Diaz in my Bubba and the Bloom auction that I streamed a couple of weeks ago. Although I think I could have spent $1 more and got Mason Miller, but that was after the fact. So there went Cade Smith. That's one of the other closers that I know I would have wanted to take. He went to team 1. Now we've got a couple other starters going here. So this is enough. Oh, I need to start marking off. See, I get to talking. I'm going to have to watch myself as we go because keeping up with my list here is so much, again, it's so much easier for me than to try to go and look over on NFBC during this. I just got to remember while I'm talking to mark names off because if I get to chatting too much, I could miss some names and then that could end up screwing me later. But we are good right now. Logan Gilbert. Okay. Andres Munoz. So see, there's 2 closers gone after me. And let's see what team 4 does here. And there's the other one. So you see, if I would not have done that, there's a chance I could still have had one of them fall, but there's a chance that all of them could have gone and I may have been left sitting without. Okay, now, there's any number of pitchers that I could go ahead and go with here that I like, but I already know exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to go ahead and grab Hunter Brown because, so again, one thing that I want as I'm building my DC teams is I want to make sure that right from the beginning I do a few things. I build a base of stats. And what I mean by that is I want to have a couple of hitters that are not necessarily going to miss out on any category. And then I need to get at least one closer and at least one star pitcher so that I feel confident because now in the big come around, no matter what pitchers go, I'm not going to sit here feeling like, oh man, what am I going to do for pitching? I really like Hunter Brown. For me, I have Hunter Brown as my pitcher 6. And there was one other pitcher that I thought about taking but he's older. Hunter Brown is much younger and much better. The older pitcher that I like here a lot is a guy who's been my boy for a long time, Mr. Jacob deGrom. But I've got plenty of deGrom over in best ball. And for this, where I feel like I need to be confident, I feel a lot more confident in Hunter Brown, not only being good, but staying healthy and having 200 innings than I do with deGrom. So watch me just have jinxed him, and now Hunter Brown will get hurt and deGrom will win the Cy Young. But hey, that's how things work. So Pete Crow Armstrong and Brian Wu just went. Woo! Love me some Brian Wu as well. Pete Crow is a stud. I was not fading him in best ball, but once we were, I do a lot of underdogs. Okay. Underdogs are vastly different values on players than this, but Pete Crow does still go in the third round of underdog, and he does go right around Wyatt Langford. And I have such a hard time picking him over Wyatt Langford. And plus, there's a bunch of other guys right in that range that I like to take. And I realized not long ago, man, I need to get more Pete Crow Armstrong in my life. Okay, David Bednar and Zach Neto. I'm glad Zach Neto escaped the injury scare that we had for him. That happened a few days ago where he left hurt. And TDK messaged me. He was like, oh, man, let's be praying for Neto, because I know he's a big Neto drafter. One thing I really like that I see is Team 9, who took Neto, also had Lindor. And I'm a big fan of the double shortstop strategy there. It's like bully shortstop, because look at that, guys. Look at Team 9's power speed. He's got a ton of power speed with those first 3 picks. And he's put a stranglehold on most of the draft room for us that need shortstops by going ahead and grabbing 2 of them for his team. Yordan Alvarez, who is util only, and Manny Machado. Mr. Manny Machado. All right. So we're moving along nicely right now. I didn't notice was, so that team 9, that's the one that's on auto. So that person is doing that without even meaning to. That's literally just the fall of the luck right now. And he is still on auto. So we're going to find out if that guy ends up getting online here or not at some point. We will see. Okay. Wyatt Langford. There he just went to pick 12. I love Wyatt Langford. Such a big fan of his this year. I know I'm not alone. Most everyone does. But I was able to get Wyatt Langford on my other DC team, I'm pretty sure, this year. I'm going to go pull this up and double check, just so that I'm going to have this up here so that I can remember. And I'll actually share this tab with you guys real quick. This is just a visual sheet, because I make these little, for my pages, I make these little baseball cards for guys. This was my first from pick 4. So I started Juan Soto, very much like Acuna, Mason Miller, and then I got Trey Turner at pick 34, who had already gone. And then I went with Logan Webb, Kyle Bradish, Perdomo. But yeah, I did not get Wyatt Langford. I was trying to remember if I had got Wyatt Langford on that team. I've already done so many different teams between Gladiators and all of my best balls. It's hard to keep track. But over on NFBC, the leagues that I actually have to keep track of this year, I have my 2 DCs. I've got an NFBC 50. I've got my Bubba and the Bloom auction draft. I also did the Rates and Barrels Listener League. I did that league as well. I'm pretty sure that's the one. I think that's what I'm confusing it with. I think I got him in that one. I'm going to go double check that real quick. I got a second here. I know I just drafted Wyatt Langford not long ago. Yep, I did. That's the league that I got him in. Okay, let me get back over here to our draft. Okay, back to the draft board. All right, so we are now to Roman Anthony. Man, that guy has been a beast for Team USA, has he not? Holy cow. Speaking of, let me put that on, because that game's about getting ready to go. Not Team USA, Italy. All right, turn the volume down here. Okay. All right, now I got the WBC playing for me. Okay, Freddie Peralta and Aroldis Chapman just went. Let me get them marked off here. Freddie P. And Aroldis Chapman. Oh, I missed Devin Williams. Glad that I just caught that. Devin Williams and Logan Webb. I did not mark them off my list. All right. There goes Bryce Terang, another Team USA guy. He has looked so good. Definitely made a good name for himself in this tournament. A lot of difference in opinions on Bryce Terang this year as far as what we're going to get from him. But I have been a Bryce Terang supporter all of draft season. I took him a good amount of times in my Gladiator drafts. I don't remember exactly how many, but you know what? I have a spreadsheet with that on there. So let me go pull that up and see, just so that while I'm drafting, I can remember who all I took in Gladiator season. And I'm not just spouting out random names here. All right. Per position. Bryce Terang. I took him 6 times, which was 14.8% because I did 40 Gladiator drafts. All right. There went Ketel Marte. So that was something that I thought was very interesting. Bryce Terang going before Ketel Marte. You do not see that hardly ever. But I get it. And that person probably wanted speed. There goes Bryce Harper, another Team USA guy. James Wood to the auto pick. All right. My first 2 tiers of outfielders are gone, but we've gone right down the row. First 12 are the first 12 off the board. And let's see here. Who's next? Well, I also start to mentally prepare for what my next pick is going to be. Because I'm really not sure. What do I want? Round 4. So this is a tough round to decide because this is these next 2 are like pivotal rounds for your build moving forward because they really determine what you're going to do in the second half of the first 10 rounds. The first 3 to me are kind of givens. I know what I'm doing, my first 3, but we're going to see. So there went Jacob deGrom. So scratch that off my list as far as potentials. All right, who went after that? Max Fried and Brent Rooker, and now it's my pick. Max Fried and Brent Rooker. Okay, now there's any number of ways that I could go here. I'm thinking about going with starter. There's one clear starter that I would like left. One clear starter that I would like left. Oh man, what to do? But there's a lot of starters that I love all the way through, of course. And I did have an idea that I wanted a certain player on my team. Do I do it now? I am. And I did it over William Contreras. I may end up regretting that. I had kind of already mentally been thinking about this 4th round pick leading into today. And I was prepared to take Shea Langoliers. I love Shea Langoliers. I know he's killing it in spring, but I draft Shea Langoliers all the time. And Shea Langoliers is the perfect guy for my catcher 1, where now I can sit back and wait on catcher 2. And I did not know what was going to happen with this run here coming at the turn with these guys. They could have double tapped. There went Ben Rice. So William Contreras is falling a little bit here. At least according to my list. I actually wasn't looking at ADP, but I'm pretty sure that his ADP was higher than Langoliers anyways. But that's okay. That's okay. Again, I don't draft based off of exactly what I think it should be. I draft based off of how I think I can build the best team. And there went Cole Reagans, who was the pitcher that I was going to take. And I had a real hard time not taking Cole Reagans there because Cole Reagans could just be such a beast. But I really just wanted to do it. I really wanted to go ahead and lock up Langoliers as my catcher 1. There goes William Contreras. Rafael Devers went. I got Mookie Betts marked off. Mikhail Garcia. Man, How about the rise of Mikhail Garcia now up to the top of the 5th round? I don't blame anyone for doing it, though. He is a stud. He's a great source of batting average and speed with some power. All right, and there goes George Kirby. Now it's back to me. Okay. George Kirby. All right. So now what to do? All right. Again, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to do here. But before I make my final decision, let me do my due diligence. I've got a guy starred, so if I happen to time out, I'm going to get my guy. Let's see here. I'm going through each position and looking just to make sure there's no one that jumps out to me that like, oh man, I can't believe I didn't take this guy. All right, no, this is who I want. Jarren Duran, come on down. So I also have been drafting Jarren Duran a ton this entire time, and the WBC has made me feel great about that Jarren Duran love. And again, why I like Jarren Duran so much for DCs is because I don't like to reach for categories later. I want to draft people that can be good across the board at all statistical categories, especially at outfield and my really outfield specifically, but my middle infield as well. Like short and second. I want guys that not are going to be just power or just speed. If I'm going to take someone who's just power, then I'm going to want that at a corner position or at catcher, like I did with Langoliers. I do not want an outfielder who's just a speed guy or an infielder who's just a speed guy. Like, for instance, I am not a Chandler Simpson drafter. I'm not a Xavier Edwards drafter. I've been there. I've done that. I've drafted D. Gordon. I've drafted Billy Hamilton. I've drafted all of these guys like this over the years. And it always feels good whenever you, like, I remember me and my buddy, we started a team one year, and I thought this was the best DC start ever. We started a team. Miguel, this was in 2017 or so. We started a team, Miguel Cabrera, Josh Donaldson, D. Gordon, Billy Hamilton, Aroldis Chapman. It's funny, he's still playing. But like, we thought we had nailed it. We thought, oh my gosh, we've got power for days. We've got speed out the wazoo. We've got our saves locked up. And everything fell apart with that team. Now, of course, that was the year that Miguel Cabrera was coming off his last big dominant season. And I'm pretty sure that Josh Donaldson got hurt that year. So there is that as well. But point is, I've been there, done that. I don't like drafting those type of players. Okay, need to mark some names off my list. There went Jesus Luzardo. Let's get him off of there. CJ Abrams. And I'm going to go back over and look and see if there's any comments that I've missed here in a second. Josh Naylor. Hunter Goodman. And Austin Riley. Okay. Let's go see. Yeah, let's see here. He may be on auto, but he probably has players queued up. He most likely wanted certain players in a certain... Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, good call. Good call with that. Probably that was the case. You're right. That is something that some people do, and that's a good point, is that... And I see, well... I'm not following along with who's at the top of the queue to see if that's still the case, but CJ Abrams is now the third shortstop for that team. So maybe that's what he wanted to do. Again, it's definitely a bully shortstop strategy. There's no doubt about that. And James Wood, and I wish someone was here drafting that team just so that we would know for sure that that's what the case was. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, James Wood before that, so a Washington thing. I mean, honestly, I love the team. There's no pitching, but I love the hitting start for that auto team. The hitting start is crazy good. All right, Joe Ryan. All right, there's my boy Carlos Estevez. So Carlos Estevez is someone that everyone loves talking bad about every single year, and I get it. I get he is not a sexy arm, but that dude just walks and saves year after year. He's been doing it for like 3 years in a row now. And every single year, nobody wants him. And I know his velocity's down to 80 something, and he normally sits mid 90s. And I get all of that. I get the reasons why people are off him, but I still think he's probably going to end up with 30 plus saves. I took him a lot in Gladiators. So Rodriguez, pick 12. Good luck. I hope that works out for the both of us. All right, Riley Green and Vinny P off the board. Let's go ahead and get Riley Green. And then go mark off Vinny P. Oh, Vinny P. So I got the game on. Nola's pitching. I see Glaber's up right now. It's in the second inning, 2 outs, 3-1 count, and Glaber just chopped one foul. Still 0-0. I'm not going to be paying that much attention to this, but I am glad to have this on here so that I can look and see what's happening. All right, Dylan Cease off the board. Excuse me for a second, guys. I am going to mute myself. All right. I had to blow my nose, and I didn't want you guys to hear that. Today, I live in Southern Illinois. 2 days ago, it was 70 degrees. It was beautiful, gorgeous outside. Today, literally 30 degrees. There was snow all morning, spitting snow. It's a super cold wind, super windy. You got to just love. You just got to just love it. And I see here, yeah, well, the CJ Abram picks makes it debatable. Yeah, it does. Oh, I just saw my boy Buxton go. Okay, so let's go back over here. So Geraldo Perdomo off the board, and my boy Byron Buxton. Love me some Buxton. Always love Buxton. Always will love Buxton. Geraldo Perdomo. We are in round 6 now. My round 6, and the other one was Geraldo Perdomo. There went Kyle Bradish. So now that we have entered, for all of you guys that are NFBC drafters, I know you all know what this means, but for anyone who isn't, over on NFBC, there's a big main tournament every year that is called the main event, and it is a very high dollar tournament. It is a very coveted prize. It's the biggest fantasy tournament every year, and that has started. The main event season has started. And what happens is when main events start, ADPs change. Pitching gets pushed up the board every single year at this time. It always happens, usually in the last couple weeks before the season. We're seeing that happen again this year. Although I will tell you, this draft hasn't been extreme. I'm not seeing that a ton in this draft, but just in general on NFBC, that's what happens. But honestly, we draft pitching heavy over here anyway. All of us that draft on NFBC are very well versed in drafting pitching early. We know the drill. If you don't get it, you just won't get it. There goes Josh Hader. I would say that adds to the list of like, what does he have a Q set or not? Probably not, but maybe still, because Josh Hader, could have still been an actual pick. Okay, I'm 3 away, so I got to start wrapping my mind around what am I going to do here with this pick. All right. Need to start reviewing available positions. There goes Agustin Ramirez. Ryan Helsley. Top catcher, top closer off the board. And, my boy Yuri Perez. Dang it. Oh, that stinks. I was thinking about Yuri. I think I showed my last team, and Yuri was on that, wasn't he? Yeah. It's all right. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Now, okay. Review. I got 27 seconds. Not a ton of time to make this decision. All right. I'm going to go Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger is now my third outfielder, but I do think Bellinger has the chance to get some games at first. Let me go review their depth chart real quick just to remind myself. I know he only needs 10 games of eligibility at first to be able to add that. The first baseman is Ben Rice. He also could play catcher, of course, with Austin Wells. He can play DH if or when Stanton is hurt. So I do think there's a chance Bellinger can get the 10 games to get first, but who knows? It could be, honestly, it could be a month or two. I could look back and regret that. I was really torn between one other guy, which I'll tell you once his name is gone and off the board. But it was not Jackson Merrill. I looked at Jackson Merrill. I thought about Jackson Merrill, but that was not one. Okay. There goes Drake Baldwin, and Tyler Glasnow. Oh, base hit. Who just got that? DeZenzo. Nice. Glasnow. Oh, man, that seems early for me, at least according to mine. Again, my brain, I have not been in the DC streets. I'm not looking at DC ADPs. I am going off my sheets and my list. And I like me some Drake or some Tyler Glasnow, but I didn't have him anywhere near that close to the top. There goes Corey Seager. All right. Oh, I did not mark Mookie Betts off, but he went several rounds ago. Let me get his name marked off. There goes. Oh, there it is. Nico Horner. Gosh dang it. That's what I was hoping that I could push for the come around. Dang it. I should have just done it. Well, crap. Okay, that's going to change the way I think about things. Oh, I should have just done it. See, sometimes you live and learn. You never know if you did. This was the short go around, and sometimes you want to push the short go around and see if the guy that you want can make it coming back to you. But it didn't happen. Not in this draft. There goes Daniel Palencia. Oh, man, whenever that happens, that stings the nostrils. And Spencer Strider. Okay, now I have 4 hitters, 2 pitchers. This is round 7. This is the time where I know I don't want to get too far behind pitching. And for me, I'm going to stick with my boy, I think. Let me just, again, do my due diligence, make sure that there's nothing that I'm missing. I mean, probably Nick Pivetta is a better pick, but I'm going Nolan McLean. I'm only going to have a few of these DCs. I absolutely love Nolan McLean, and I'm just buying into Nolan McLean. It was him and Pivetta as the next 2 pitchers, starting pitchers on my list. And shoot for the upside. I'm only going to do a few of these. And again, I said, I'm not only trying to hopefully win this league, but I'm trying to have a team that could win this tournament. And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to shoot for the upside. I think Pivetta would have been my floor play. McLean is my ceiling play. McLean's much more risky. Of course, before last year, I still viewed Pivetta as a risky-ish pick in my mind. I saw him as dependable for innings, but you never knew if he would get blown up in a start here or there. That's kind of his thing for several years, is like, oh, you might, when do you start him? See, in best ball, you don't have to worry about that. That's one of the great things that I love about best ball and doing best ball drafts is I don't have the stress. I just draft. And then during the year, things just play out. I either drafted good or I didn't. I don't have to worry about, oh, did I play this guy at the right time or the wrong time? And there goes Pivetta off the board after back-to-back catchers of Will Smith and Salvador Perez. Then Rocio Iglesias. This is an example of what I was talking about where Iglesias is falling. He could have kept falling. And who knows? This room could have had Iglesias fall all the way back around to my next pick in round 8. Who knows? It could have happened. But alas, it did not happen. And yep, that's part of whenever you have someone who's an auto drafter. And again, If the draft falls someone, it's just going to snag them and pick them for them. It is what it is. That stinks, but that's part of it. There goes Jeff Hoffman right after Rocio Iglesias. That also forced that drafter's hand probably. No, it was Brandon. I bet he was already planning on that. Brandon has 4 pitchers and 3 hitters. Guys, I hope you don't mind that I have everyone's names up here on the draft board tonight. I know a lot of times when people stream, they get the anonymous boards from NFBC, and that's what I did the last time I streamed over here. But people didn't really care. And to be honest with you today, I just forgot to message the admin and ask. I had a busy day at work, and it's my dad's birthday, so we went and had birthday dinner and cake for him after I got off work, and then I kind of rushed to get over here to start this. So I forgot to get the nameless draft board, but it is what it is. We're right towards the end of the season. I doubt anyone in here really cares. All right, so Kevin Gossman just went. Let me go see if there's any comments that I missed. Nope. All right. So Kevin Gossman just went. Now we are coming to, okay, Chase Burns. Did you guys see the Chase Burns news today? I'm assuming that probably this drafter did and just decided to go ahead and take him anyway. But I saw over on Bubba and the Blooms Discord that Chase Burns is looking like he's going to start the year in the minors in order for them to kind of limit his major league innings or something like that. Something along those lines. I don't know, but that's what I saw in there earlier. We'll see if that ends up actually being true or not, because I haven't seen anything official from the team. But yeah, I saw that. And at least from a best ball perspective, I'll tell you, I have been very in on the other young pitchers, Nolan McLean and Cam Schlittler, and have not been taking very much Chase Burns or Mizorowski. And I've talked many times on my streams about, I could be missing out. I could absolutely be missing out on not drafting as much Chase Burns and Mizorowski. I just feel better about Nolan McLean and Schlittler. And so that's what I've been doing. And, we'll see how the season plays out. There goes Peter Fairbanks. All right, so I currently have 4 hitters, 3 pitchers. We are coming into round 8. This is going to be a 50-round draft again for you guys. So we are here for the long haul, but we're moving at a pretty good pace. We're 42 minutes in, and we're 7+ rounds in. The real hard decisions start coming up later, where guys are digging through their own list, looking stuff up, trying to decide, man, who's a good pick, who's not. So I'm sure that we probably will slow down. I'm going to probably take a bathroom break in about 30 minutes or so. Whenever I do, I'm just going to take my phone with me so that I can keep up with the draft. I'll do it on one of the long goes around. I'll play some music for you guys so you don't have to sit here in silence, but I won't be very long. All right, so after Emilio Pagan, we're waiting on the second half. So we are starting. We pretty much got through right now all of the main group of closers. There goes another one. There's maybe a handful more, but we are getting really thin as far as that is concerned. I still have one. There goes Emmett Sheehan. What pick number was that? 108. I talked about Emmett Sheehan many times over on Underdog and our streams for Underdog, because over there he goes so late. He goes like pick 150. And that's only a 250 total picks in that draft, or 240. And so he's like round 15 out of 20 over on draft or on Underdog. But here he's a top pick. So there's just a huge gap in value between those two sites. There goes Eugenio Suarez and Zach Wheeler. Man, I wonder when Zach Wheeler is going to be back. I've heard that he's back pitching, and he could be back about a month into the season. And boy, do I hope that that's the case. What just happened there? Walk? Yep. Italy, are we making noise, Italy? I think Italy's making some noise, guys. They're pulling the pitcher. I see that. Yeah, Italy's got the bases loaded. Bottom of the second, 1 out with a run in. Oof. Italy. We're going to have the Italy-USA rematch, guys. This is going to be awesome. Let's go, Italy. And I there's nothing against Venezuela. I actually love a lot of their pitchers or their players on Venezuela. But man, Italy has been fun. There goes George Springer. Love drafting George Springer. What a good, steady pick he is. Blake Snell. Yep, it is so funny, the differences. Oh, that's the auto. That's the auto. I think we can pretty much say now this guy is being autoed and did not set his cue. And I can't believe we're this far into it. Is this going to go the whole time? Is this guy going to go the whole entire draft being autoed? That would be crazy. Oh, Soderstrom got me. That was the one I was hoping to get here. I almost took him with my last pick, and then he almost just made it all the way back around. Dang it. Okay, gotta review. I'm up in 2 picks. Gotta get my mind straight here. All right. What are my categories? I've got no infielders yet. Got 1 catcher. There goes Kinley. And O'Neal Cruz. All right. Well, O'Neal Cruz coming off the board, that at least takes him off my radar. I, of course, was thinking of him because of upside and steals. So, in a way, I'm kind of glad. Thank you for that, because that would have been hard for me to pass up. All right. I think I know who I'm going to pick. I've got someone else in my queue. Again, I'm doing my due diligence, making sure that there's no one that I'm going to miss here, or that if I don't take, I'll be upset about. And, I think I'm good. This is my pick. So like I said earlier, if I'm going to take someone who's just a power guy and isn't going to steal, I want it to be one of my corner positions, first or corner specifically, or a catcher. I'm easily fine without getting any speed from catcher, of course. That's just a bonus if you do. Very happy to get Michael Busch there. I think that's a great power bat this year. And then Lubob and Lodolo go after me. Let's mark off Lubob, Michael Busch, Lodolo. All right. Let me put Busch on my sheet here. All right. So here's what I'm sitting at, guys. I have Michael Busch at first. I have 3 outfielders, Acuna, Duran, and Bellinger. Acuna should give me between 35 to 50 steals. Duran should give me between 25 to 40 steals. I know it's a big range, but in my mind, that's where I'm at, somewhere in that range. Upside to bottom end. Bellinger, 5 to 15 steals. Busch, I'm going to say none. Langoliers, I'm going to say none. If they chip in any, that's just an extra. But I should be able to get 30 bombs from each of them easily. High end 40. Bellinger, 23 to 33. Durand around 20 to 27. Acuna, 25 to... Honestly, Acuna could be anywhere from 25 to 45. I wouldn't be shocked anywhere in that range with him. He's so good. All right. Michael King, Sonny Gray, Yainer Diaz. Let me get this marked off here. Michael King, Sonny Gray. Where are you at, Sonny? There you are. And Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz. Okay. Part of me spending up on my catcher 1 is because this is kind of a bleed over effect of strategy from my gladiators, but I like some of the later catchers for my catcher 2. Speaking of catcher 2, there goes Adley, and I need to get ready before I mark more names off. Keachel and Yelich went. I am 37 seconds away. Oh, All right. I'm taking another picture. Again, we're shooting upside here. This is the next name on my list personally. I'm down to, if I was doing a bunch of DCs, I would have tried to push this and seen if the draft could have let him fall to me, but not right now, not today. He was the next name after Nolan McLean, and I wanted Bubba Chandler. I love me some Bubba Chandler. I didn't mention him earlier specifically whenever I said Nolan McLean and Cam Schlittler. I did that because I didn't want to say Bubba's name when someone else grabbed him. I love Bubba Chandler. There goes Mizorowski, and I have been drafting him like crazy. Okay, Luke Keeschel and Christian Yelich. Let me get them marked off here. Christian Yelich and Luke Keeschel. There's Yelich. And then Cedane Rafaela. So, whenever one thing, like I told you guys, like I've got my list that I'm marking off here. So everyone does rankings different. Some people just use other people's. I have been literally making my own rankings for 20 plus years, and I developed a system a long time ago for how I like to do it. I rank everything based off of tiers of 6, and I only rank guys. This is only as of the last few years. I used to, if someone had multi-position eligibility, I used to put them at each position, but now whatever, I only put them at one spot. So for instance, Cedane Rafaela, I only had to mark his name off at second base. I did not have to go mark it off at second base and outfield. Drew Rasmussen, I just sort of determine which is what I think is their best, most profitable position for you. That's what I rank them at. It's funny doing that. Pretty much everyone who has shortstop eligibility goes to shortstop. All of my outfielders are only just outfield eligible. Anyone who has multi-position with outfield is at that other infield position. Anyone who's a catcher and has multi, a la Ben Rice, Salvador Perez, even Liam Hicks, I rank them at catcher. I keep prospects separate. So like all the prospects I have for each position down at the bottom of each position. If they've not made their major league debut, I don't put them in with my rankings, but I make a non-debut specific rankings down at the bottom of each position. There goes Jeremy Pena, Willie Adames, and Teoscar. Jeremy Pena, Willie Adames, and Teoscar. All right, some real interesting things that are still here based off of my list. Let me go pull up the draft board. Okay, I missed Michael Harris. I was going to say, is Michael Harris still there? He is not. I did miss him. Let me go back to the free agents. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Okay, what happened over here? I wasn't looking at the WBC. All right, while we're waiting on the pick here, I'm waiting to see the score of the game. Did they get any more runs? They did. They got another. So it's 2-0 Italy. We're coming to the top of the third, and it looks like Wild Bill Contreras is up. I wonder if his slow WBC is what's affecting his draft stock, because I was kind of surprised to see him go behind Ben Rice and Langoliers tonight, even though I was one of the people that took someone above him. Ah, dang it. I thought about Matt McLean with my last one too. I had no idea what you guys were going to do, where he's going right now in these. I knew he was getting raised up because of how good he's been. I hate that. I've been drafting him this whole time. I hate that he's up to this point right now, but I totally get it. Great pick by whoever just took him. There goes Woodruff. Man, I should have just done it with my last one. Oh, I'm glad I got Bubba. I almost didn't take Bubba because I thought, do I need to take McLean right now? Oh, well. Oh, well. That's how these things go. I know that I have McLean in plenty other teams this year that I can live without him in this one. Bregman. Taylor Ward. Did I miss anyone else? Teoscar, Bregman, Woodruff, McLean. I did mark McLean off, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. So now, recap. We are through 9 rounds. Through 9 rounds, I have 5 hitters. I have 4 pitchers, 3 starters, 1 closer. My 1 closer is Edwin. My 3 starters are Hunter Brown, Nolan McLean, and Bubba Chandler. Oh boy, shooting for the moon here, guys. My hitters are Langoliers, Michael Bush, Acuna, Duran, and Bellinger. There goes Gavin Williams and Ryan Pepio, or as I like to say, Ryan Peapot. All right, let's get them marked off the list here. Old Pepio and Gavin. All right. So you definitely in DCs, you do not want to get lost in the weeds of pitcher and outfield. I know everyone knows this that drafts these things, but it's so easy to do. It can get away from you. I've had it get away from me so many times. It just is what it is. It's a part of drafting. Man, I wish that if I could go back, I will tell you guys, I'm looking at the draft board. If I could go back, the one pick that I regret, it's not Bubba or anything. The one pick I regret was I wish I would have taken Nico Horner instead of Bellinger to go ahead and get that batting average and speed and get my second base out the way, especially now that I didn't get Luke Keeschel, who went 2 picks before Bubba. And then when I didn't take Matt McLean there and he goes at the end of the round, definitely those were in my plans. I wanted Nico, Keeschel, or Matt McLean. So I'm going to have to pivot my second base plans, which is totally fine. There's a lot of guys that I like. I'm totally fine with pivoting. There goes Trevor Megill and Joe Adell, another one of my favorite draft picks, Joe Adell. Love me some Joe Adell. Let's get Trevor Megill marked off. There's Seiya Suzuki. I know he's got the banged up knee, but I was wondering how much longer we were going to go before someone went ahead and said, you know what, give me Seiya. Hutton, you just killed me there, going ahead and taking the fall of Altuve. Gosh dang it. I was just sitting there thinking, well, maybe if I could at least, if nothing, get the fall of Jose Altuve. And Ryan Walker. Oh, you guys are killing my cue. Connor Griffin. All right. That's how these things go. That is how these things go. You got to be able to pivot. Got to be able to pivot, baby. And that's what we're about to do right now. All right. Let's go through here. 34 seconds. 34 seconds. All right. Double check. All right. This is what we're doing. We are going to go with Noelvi Marte, make him my third baseman. He also gives me outfield eligibility just in case I get some more third basemen that I like later and I want to choose to move him around later. I do think that Noelvi has breakout potential. He's got decent power. I don't think he'll be much more than a 15 to 20, maybe 25 on the high end power guy, but I could see 25 to 35 steals. And if it comes, hopefully, this is the thing that I don't know. Hopefully it comes with a good enough batting average. That is the hope. Because if it does not come with a good batting average, then that could really kill me. That could really kill me. Because if I get in DCs, when you do these enough, you know, sometimes if you guys have never heard of this, there's a thing called sunk cost fallacy, and that can apply to many different things. But for DCs, how that can apply? Oh, Acuna just struck out. Don't you just love seeing that? Well, how that can apply for DCs is if you invest high picks on someone. And this was like my 10th round pick. I did take Noelvi on my other team. It was also the 10th round. So I pretty much took him with the same pick in both of my DCs now. But when you invest that, you feel obligated to play him. And even if he's struggling, you're like, man, I spent my 10th round pick on him. Any given day, he could have 2 steals. I'm waiting for that breakout. You're waiting before you know it, a week or two turns into a month or two. And you've just accrued all of these junk stats on your team. That can kill your DCs. You do not want that to happen to you. But I will tell you from experience, it's hard to not have that happen to you. You have to be very vigilant and mentally prepared to be able to change guys out and sit people if they are not doing well, even if they were a top pick of yours. Jack Caglione just went this high. Oh man, this is what I get for not picking. I mean, this is where I have him. I think the ranking is fine. I've taken Caglione in the 70s and underdog, but I really thought he would go further. I got Caglione in my first DC. I got him at pick 244. Boy, does that feel good now. Holy cow. By the way, that was a month ago. It was January 30th through February 16th. That's whenever my other DC was. And Griffin Jacks, gosh dang, you guys are brutal tonight. Absolutely brutal. Taking people that I'm looking at right around me. I love that though. Honestly, I love that. Okay, Jacob Marcy went. That's another one of my guys. I got 38 seconds. That's not a lot of time. Do I want to take a reliever or a starter? I know that starter that I want. We're going to push that. We're going to push that for now. All right. I don't want to get too far behind in starter. Let me make sure he's the next one up on my list. Oh, this other guy must be gone. Oh, switch it. Oh, I didn't get it in time. Oh, well, I'm good with that. I'm good with it. I won't say who I just almost, I thought he was gone. He wasn't gone. He was lower. He was the highest pitcher on my list, but I had Robbie Ray right in the next tier, so it's fine. It's fine. There's not much different with the two guys. The other guy that I almost just took, I did have ranked higher than Robbie Ray, and I would have taken him. I couldn't quite get it in time. I should have just clicked on him and clicked his name instead of put him in my queue, and then by the time I went to click Robbie Ray out of my queue, that was that. Okay, so there's Lawrence Butler and Andy Pages. Let's get them marked off here. Lawrence Butler and Andy Pages. Andy Pages. And let me make sure that I didn't miss any other names. So there was the Griffin Jacks. Oh, Marcy. I did not mark off Marcy. Marcy. I did get Caglione. Did I get Eovaldi? I did not get Eovaldi. There goes Luis Castillo. That's one of the TDK's boys. One of TDK's boys. All right. Oh, just over here. Look at the comments here. Love Bush there. Don't think he's all that different from Vinny. Yeah, I agree. I do love Vinny more. I won't lie, but he's not that different. He really isn't. To me, it's probably a batting average. I think Vinny should be better at batting average in my mind. Okay, there goes Abner Uribe. I did think about him. I took Abner Uribe on my other one. What round did I get him in? Round 9, and that would have been round 11 if I would have just taken him, and I didn't. But because I took Uribe on my other one, I didn't want to have Uribe on multiple teams. Robbie Ray, let me mark that down. Because, again, this is only my second DC. I'm only going to do one more next week with TDK, and I didn't want to have to count on Uribe. I think Uribe could be an absolute monster, but what if it just ends up being Trevor Migo? Like, we still do not know. We do not know anything for sure. And I thought maybe Sir Anthony Dominguez might fall, but no. He ain't falling. No one's fallen to me in this draft. This is a get your guys season. I know that's the time that we're in. We are down to the nitty gritty. We have officially have real games in what? 9 days? Is that right? Today's Monday. 10 days. 10 days, and we've got real games. Cannot wait. After Trevor Rogers went Mackenzie Gore. That's the one. Mackenzie Gore was the higher one on my list. I tried to get him in there instead of Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray's been killing it in spring. I saw he had an awesome game either today or yesterday. So I'm happy with that, but I wanted Mackenzie Gore. I like Mackenzie Gore more than Robbie Ray. Just didn't get it in time. There goes Brenton Doyle. All right. Okay. Did I mark off Trevor Rogers? Let's see. Where is Trevor Rogers on my list? Nope, I did not. Okay. So far, though, I'll tell you guys, my ranking sheet is moving really perfectly along with our draft Like, I mean, I know you guys can't see, but you see, like, I mean, we're pretty much moving right down the list, which is, I mean, pretty interesting. There's not been anything drastically stand out. The only thing that was the biggest for me at the time was Glasnow was pretty far off from my personal ranking of him. All right, there goes Kirk. So we have now officially completed the top 2 tiers, my top 2 tiers of catcher. All right, so now we are coming to round 12. We're coming to round 12. I did get Mackenzie Gore with round 12 of my last DC. All right. Oh, I just realized, sorry guys, that I do not have, I just went over. So I'm not always looking. Let me get the draft board moved here. I'm not always looking over at StreamYard. I'm usually looking over at NFBC, but every once in a while I want to come check over here to see if there's any comments that I missed that I want to shout you guys out. But also I want to make sure that the draft board looks good on the stream for you guys so you can see what's going on there. All right. So now let's see where we're at. So Rodon and Jackson Holiday. So Rodon just went. I will see when he comes back, but his upside is there. And what if Rodon is back health? That's the thing. Rodon, Cole. I mean, now I guess you can throw Hunter Green into that, although he'll probably be back later than Rodon and Cole. But Rodon, what if Rodon is, and like Wheeler are back within 4 to 6 weeks? Maybe let's call it 4 to 8 weeks. That could be hugely valuable to your team. There goes Alec Burleson. You can survive until then. Alec Burleson. Got him at first base. Where you at, Alec? There you are. All right, Steve Kwan. Let's get Steve marked off the list. And then who went right before that? Jackson Holiday, Brian Abreu. Jackson Holiday. And Mr. Abreu. Okay. All right. We are coming back up here in just a minute. Let's take stock of what I've got, what I'm looking at here. Again, 4 starting pitchers, 1 relief pitcher. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters. I still don't have any middle infield. I do have a plan. All of my best plans have been thrown to the wayside, but I do have late round plan options. They may not work. We'll find out, but it's what's going to happen this draft. Just how my hand has been forced. And sometimes you just let a draft fall to you the way that it falls, and it is what it is. All right. Shoto Monica, Jacob Wilson, you Savage. Oh, I'm missing guys here while I'm talking. There goes Tetsu. Really, Heffernan. You got me again. The one person I just had in my queue was Imai. All right. Okay. Review my... Oh, boyo. I'm about to make a pick that, guys, I really don't like, because I don't like making this sort of gamble here. So maybe I just shouldn't do it. And I just live with it. Maybe I just shouldn't do it. Should I? Shouldn't I? I've got 15 seconds. I'm not. I'm going to go with the guy who I like more, Edward Cabrera. I'm a big Edward Cabrera fan. I want to have good starting pitching on this team, or at least starting pitching that has the chance to be good, something that could drive me in the standings. Since as of right now, Edwin Diaz is my only closer. My plans at closer have gone awry since then. That's what happens. Okay, let's get. I can't miss all these names. So you Savage. There goes Basayo and Alvarez. We're starting to cook with gas now. So this draft is a moving. Basayo, Alvarez, Dylan Cruz. Let me get him marked off. Dylan Cruz. Let's see. Before that, we had, oh my gosh, Ian Happ just went. Ian Happ. Dylan Cruz went before Ian Happ. Gee. That's where we're at in this world. Tetsuya Imai, Shota Monica. That's what Chase and Saves or Steals does for you. Imai and Monica. Sal Stewart. Let's see here. There goes Sal. Xavier Edwards. Ezekiel Tovar. This is getting comical now. We're going deep, boys. We're going deep. Well, we'll see. This is going to be fun. We'll see how this turns out. We shall see. All right. What is Spence going to do? Oh, there's my boy Barger. I love me some Addison Barger. Love Addison Barger this year. I think he's going to be a monster. That is a great pick. Okay. Just because I know if I don't do this, you guys in this room are going to screw me. One of my favorite Gladiator catchers for my catcher 2 is Carter Jensen. I really wanted Carter Jensen with Langoliers. I had that in my mind coming into this draft tonight as like how I wanted. Now I'm going to push catcher 3 and 4. I'm going to take 4 total, but I'll push it to the end. I'm not looking at spending up to a third catcher. My Dylan Dingler is one of my favorite second catchers to take. I probably could have waited on him. But at this point, the way this draft room has got me, and like I like Kyle Teal and Gabby Moreno a lot, but they both have the little hurt thing. I'm good with Jensen. I know Teal's injury might have him out for the first maybe month. I don't know about Moreno. Let me click on Moreno and see what the heck they're saying here. Looks on track for opening day. Still, I like Carter Jensen more than Moreno. I'd rather shoot for the upside with the power than the more solidified batting average that Gabby Moreno will give me. All right, there goes Aaron Nola, the starter that I'm watching pitch right now. And I think Suarez just homered off of him, right? As I say that. Yep. Gino, 2-1. No, yep, 2-1 now. Gino just homered off of Nola, right as Nola gets picked in our draft. That is some timing right there. There goes Royce Lewis and Nola. Okay. All right. Well, guys, we've got the long go around here. This is the perfect time for me to go and take a bathroom break. So let me throw some music on here. I thought you wanted a good start. Good point. Rodon back in mid-April for Rodon. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, he could be back and be a stud right away. And we'll be like, why would we wait so long on Rodon? Okay, let me go ahead and throw some music on for you guys. I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, I am back. Right. Okay, let's see what I've missed. Now it's time to scramble and get my sheet updated. Good, not a ton. So Shane McClanahan. I saw little Shane O'Mac had a nice little start today. Very happy to see that. Love me some Shane McClanahan. Haven't got to see him pitch for 2 years now. Really, really hope that he comes out and has a good season. I'm really rooting for the guy. And then let's see here. Cade Horton and Tanner Bybee. All right, Robert Suarez is gone. That's the one I was trying so hard. I was about to take him. I was trying so hard to tell myself, no, don't do it, because I don't want to take a guy that I think may not. I mean, he may just set up for Iglesias. He could take over for Iglesias. There's no telling. But because there's no telling, I just didn't want to have anything to do with that. The Atlanta bullpen this year. Gosh dang it. Royce Lewis and Mike Trout both went back to back. I was really hoping Royce Lewis would fall. I thought maybe you guys might let that happen. I didn't even mention my love of Royce Lewis. All right, Aranda. I love me some Royce Lewis. Buxton, Royce Lewis, Keishel. For the Twins being as bad as they are, I sure love taking players from their team. I don't know what that means. Probably not good things for me. All right. Brandon Lau. Let's get him off the list. Where you at, Brandon? There you are. All right. Have I missed anyone? I got Trout, Lewis, Aranda, Simpson, Jordan Beck. I think I got my sheets all updated. Let's mark Jordan Beck off. Make sure I didn't miss any pitching. Baz, Horton. Make sure I got Baz and Horton. Yep, Horton. I did not get Horton. All right. Who just went? Austin Wells. Dominican star Austin Wells. I do love me some Austin Wells. I really wanted Carter Jensen as my catcher too for this team. I reached to do it because honestly, I could have kept pushing catcher. There's enough guys here. Gabby Moreno went to. There's enough guys that probably one could have fell to me with the next round. We'll see if Dingler would have made it there or not. But Dingler's been also one of my highest drafted people from the Gladiator season. I'm going to go look at my Gladiator catchers. I've got my shares up here. So, yeah, Dingler was my highest drafted. I took him 9 out of 40 times, 22%. And I took Carter Jensen 8 times, 19.5%. So those were my top 2, Dingler and Jensen, my top 2 drafted catchers of Gladiators. They were always catcher 2. I pushed Gladiators, catcher and Gladiators a lot. And I was real happy with it. And so far right now, I'm still feeling good with that. And here we are about to start the season. So Nola's out of the game, I see. We're in the bottom of the 4th. He made it through 4 full innings, only gave up that 1 run to Gino. Italy's still up 2-1. This is a great game. Looks like Michael Lorenzen is warming up. Man, he did awesome against USA, didn't he? Holy cow. All right, we're waiting on Mr. Gavitt here to go ahead and make his pick, and then we'll have the auto, and then it'll be on me before we know it. There goes Jose Caballero. Bunch of speed and positional flexibility there. Ranger Suarez. I think we might be able to officially say that Ranger Suarez means that guy is autoing without a Q. I'm pretty sure we can say it's without a Q at this point. I'm sure that Ranger was the top guy on the list. Okay. Now I've got to think. Think, Spence, think. What do you want to do? All right. I know what I want to do. Let me, again, do my due diligence, click on the other positions, make sure that there's not anything that I'm missing here. Look back at my sheet. All right. Yep. I know what I'm going to do with these picks if the draft allows me. So let's see what you guys let me do. Andrew Abbott. That's my boy Duggar's boy. Duggar is space raisin. I don't know if you're in here still, Duggar, but there went your guy. All right, Sal Freelick. And I'm going to pick away. Please don't screw me again. Please, Heffernan, I beg you. But you probably will. Hey, Willier Abreu, who I also love. Big Willier Abreu fan. But I got my guy. This gives me the option to put him either spot, second or short. Very happy to get Otto Lopez after fading no middle infielder up to this point. I can put Otto at second or short. For now, I think I'll throw him at short. All right, let's get Otto off my list because I do have him ranked at shortstop. And there goes Ryan Weathers, Bubic, and Dalen Lyle. Also, I love Dalen Lyle. I was hoping he would continue to fall, but I figured it was getting about that time. Ryan Weathers and Chris Bubic. Chris Bubic. All right, Ryan Weathers. Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty is one of Bilbo Kagan's boys, who's a buddy that I've got from doing my streams, who has an awesome Twitter where I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, and so is he, and he posts all sorts of things, as I'm sure you can imagine with Bilbo Kagan's, all sorts of things where it's like AI images of him as Bilbo with different players, and I love it. It just cracks me up. I think it's hilarious. All right, Caleb Durbin. There's TDK's guy, Caleb Durbin. Wilson Contreras. Dylan Dingler, Matthew Boyd, and I'm up. Okay. All right. Let me get Dingler marked off. Boy, if I would have tried to push Dingler to that and he went the pick before, ooh, I would have been hot. I could have fell back to Kyle Teal, I guess, who's still hurt. But all right. Before I get too much further, what to do? Yep. Okay, I know exactly what I'm doing. Going with my highest drafted player of this entire draft season over on Underdog, Mr. Dalton Varsho. Come on down as my outfield 4. Varsho has been killing it in spring. That makes me feel so good because I have been incredibly high on him. I have talked him up on stream so much all winter, and I'm very glad to see him coming out and doing well because I have felt very confident, and sometimes confidence can be great. Other times it can make you look like an idiot whenever you are saying things to the world. But that is part of the game of fantasy baseball. All right, after that is Torkelson. There's a line from The Office that I love. It's confidence. The confidence is the, oh gosh dang it, what is that line? It's the food of a wise man or the liquor of a fool. Yeah, I love The Office too. That's my all-time favorite show. Okay, so Torkelson went to Heffernan. Now we're on Stack. You see that we're going a little slower now because we're getting at that point in the draft where I was talking about when we hit the middle rounds, which we are in round 15. So we are not even halfway through, but we are in round 15. And now it takes a little bit more thought for guys as far as figuring out exactly what they want to do. So I'll review what I'm sitting with you guys while we wait a second here. So here's where I'm at. So again, actually, I could probably, while I'm doing this, go ahead and show as we go here on the board. So I've got Acuna, Edwin Diaz, Hunter Brown, Langoliers, Duran, Bellinger, McLean, Bush, Bubba, Noelvi, Robbie Ray, Edward Cabrera, Carter Jensen, Otto Lopez, and Dalton Varsho. Now, the one thing by doing mental projections in my mind as I'm going is I definitely do have a hard time without putting stats on a page, having an idea what my batting average is. There's no doubt about that. That is easily the hardest thing to try and compute mentally as you go. Plus, batting average is such a crapshoot anyways. But I think that I'm sitting fine because I don't believe I've got anyone that's going to crater my average past 240. I mean, even Langoliers, Bush, Varsho, Cattell Marte. I really think that at worst case scenario, I'm looking 235 to 245 with those guys. Best case is better than that. And Duran, Acuna, Bellinger, Otto, I mean, hopefully all of those guys I'll be getting around the 260 to 270 range with the preference of even more than that from a few of them like Acuna and Duran, hopefully. And then I like my pitching. I've got 5 starters, 5 through 15 rounds, 6 total pitchers through 15 rounds. I'm going to need to look to go back to pitching soon. Don't let that get away from me probably. Hunter Brown, Nolan McLean, Bubba Chandler, Robbie Ray, Edward Cabrera. I hope to have a good amount of strikeouts there with decent enough ratios. Edward Cabrera used to be a ratio killer who I would have never taken in the past. I am so impressed by his improvements he made last year, improving his ERA and whip, cutting his walks down drastically, that it's got me with enough confidence to say that he's not going to kill me, especially in Chicago. This is the hope. I'm still only rocking the one relief pitcher, and it's Edwin Diaz. There went Okamoto and Adolis. So let me get my sheet updated. So there goes Adolis, Kazuma Okamoto, who has been in the Dinger contest, which is the high dollar contest over on Underdog with the $200,000 prize pool. And in that contest, Okamoto and Varsho have been my most drafted players at infield and outfield, respectively. Okamoto, I hope that works out. He's been going very late. Both of them, I've been getting, used to be able to get Varsho around 140, 150. Now Varsho is around 100 or sometimes 90. Okamoto was going in round 18 to 20. Now he's going between round 13 to 17. So there's a vastly different range of prices with those guys. There went Mike Burrows. There went Mike Burrows. Where are you at on my sheet, Mike? Little bit lower here on my sheet. I probably should raise him up. Let's see. Where do I have Mike Burrows? Where are you at, Mike? There he is. SP87, right around Conley, Early, and Grayson. Yeah, I should raise him up. There goes Murakami. I love taking him on Underdog. Not so much over in here because I'm really worried about batting average, but that power bat is legit. Kodai Senga, he's been looking good in the spring. He's raising up the ranks. Okay, let's see who I missed. I missed earlier Kyle Teal and JT Realmuto. Let me get them marked off my list. I did mark Teal off. I did not mark Realmuto off. Christian Walker, I didn't mark him off. Luis Garcia, I did not mark him off. And Colson Montgomery just went. All right, we're cooking with gas. I need to go review positions real quick because we're not too far away from my next pick, and I want to get a good grasp of what I'm about to do here. All right, I've got a good idea for what I'm going to do, and let's look at a few other things. Get that in there. I don't want to let pitching get too far away from me. There went Tyler Stevenson. I'm probably going to look to go with a pitcher and a hitter or a hitter pitcher, whichever way it falls. I could go hitter. I think I'm going to go hitter pitcher. Let's see how it falls. So Brandon is up, and then we've got the auto. I can't believe the auto still hasn't come on. We're now in round 16. Maybe he won't. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. So there was one time I did something similar, although it wasn't as bad as this. But I had joined, although now that I'm thinking about it, oh gosh, maybe it was a DC. Oh boy, I was thinking it was a Gladiator. I'm going to go look up. Hold on a second. I want to see the date that this came out, because when the date was will probably tell me what it was. Zack Snyder's Justice League release date. March 18th. Oh gosh, it was a DC. Okay, well, I can't say too much crap about this Team 9 guy, because I once accidentally had an auto DC myself. So it was the day that Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, which again, that was March 18th, 2021. If any of you guys haven't seen that, it's absolutely incredible. I love it so much. But it was on HBO Max. It came out that night. And I was at work whenever it released. I started it because I was slow in the last hour at work. I started it, and then I got so into it that I came home and immediately jumped into the movie. I watched the whole movie and then finished the movie. And then later that night was looking at my NFBC, and I had totally forgot I had signed up for a draft that night. And I totally missed it. And I got completely autoed. I remember I named that team Autobots Rollout. That sucks. And it must have been a DC, because it would not have been a Gladiator. Okay. So, which pick to go with first? The pitcher or the hitter? Let me maybe review the draft board. Reviewing the draft board does nothing for me. Hey, you know what I said? We're shooting for the upside, guys. Kevin McGonigal, come on down. That was going to move Otto Lopez over to my second baseman. I sure hope that McGonigal is up to start the year. I know it's currently looking that way. I saw him crush another homer today. That immediately put him on my mind again for tonight. Well, it's not like he wouldn't have already been on my mind, but I'm like, man, if Kevin McGonigal is just absolutely crushes this year, and I don't have him on a DC, and I don't have, actually, I bet I took Kevin McGonigal. I think I remember taking McGonigal, Weatherholt, and Griffin on some Gladiators as just in cases. Let's see. I took McGonigal on 2 Gladiators. I took Connor Griffin on 5 Gladiators, and I took JJ Weatherholt on 4 Gladiators. So I did take him a few. So I had him in a couple earlier. There went the pitcher. Gosh dang it. Who did it? Who did it? Team 2, Robert Garcia. That was the last closer piece I was looking at. I should have done it. Maybe McGonigal would have made it. Who knows, though? Maybe one of you guys would have taken him and it wouldn't have made it. It is what it is. At least I've got Edwin. We're just going to have to just piece together saves from there, and hopefully I can get some guys that could just work out through the year. There's a million different relievers that I could look at later. Oh, man, Schroeder, you're killing me, bro. Jack Leiter was my other pitcher who I was going to take if Garcia went, and you took them both. Kirby Yates. All right. So Brett Beatty, Max Muncy, Brett Beatty. Noah Cameron. All right, I'm up. All right, I got a review. Let's look back at pitching. Oh, gosh, I don't want to do that. Oh, my hand's going to be forced. This probably isn't going to work, but we're doing it. Riley O'Brien. I would rather have taken... see, I don't like I don't like the feeling of taking people like Riley O'Brien. It's why I didn't take some of the relievers that I didn't early, like for instance, when I didn't take Suarez, because I don't feel confident. If I don't feel confident, I don't like to take the pick. But sometimes you have to take some picks you don't like and just hope that it works out in your favor. At least I can say this. I could grab some other Cardinals relievers later, but how often are the Cardinals going to get saves? Probably not that often. I'm having to pass up on better picks in order to do it. I really don't like reaching for relief pitchers. I probably should have just let it go, but it is what it is. I wanted to make sure that I went ahead and had something, and Riley O'Brien's kind of the last. I mean, there's a couple more. I won't say their names. There's a couple more interesting guys that could get saves, but it's all speculation at this point. All right, let's mark off some people who have been drafted here as I've been talking. So Logan O'Hoppe went. Xander Bogaerts, Colton Cowser. Let's get Bogaerts off there. Colton Cowser off there. Yeah, I got Riley O'Brien on my list. Okay. Garrett Cole and Joey Cantillo. All right. Okay, I'm caught up. Oh, Noah Cameron. That happened right before my pick. Did I mark off Jack Leiter? I did. Did I mark off Kirby Yates? I did. Robert Garcia, yes. Roki Sasaki. I did not mark off Roki Sasaki. Where are you at, Roki? He's down low on my list, I'll tell you that. Maybe not as low as he should be. SP71. Victor Vodnik, there's one of the names. Victor Vodnik. That's again one of my boy TDK. That's one of his guys. TDK will be jumping on here with me later on. Looking forward to that. Space Raisin says, oh, speaking of, there he is. What's up, buddy? How's it going?
What up, Spencer? How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. Victor Vodnik just went at pick 12, and I was just saying, there goes one of my boy TDK's guys right there. And then there you are. You popped on right whenever I said that.
Sick. I was watching a little bit of your draft as I was driving home from this baseball practice, man.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, you're here in the 17th, man. Oh, you just got Riley O'Brien. Okay.
I did. So tell me your thoughts, because I begrudgingly took that.
I'm not sure who's your other relievers. What's your reliever situation?
Edwin. I only had Edwin, so that was my reliever too.
I mean, if yeah, that's the right place to take him. If you feel like relievers, if somebody's taking Vodnik that early, then you've got to getting O'Brien where you did is definitely a good move, because I got to say that's probably a really early Vodnik there, despite the fact that I'm a Vodnik guy and I know the value he has. But yeah, if that's the tone of the reliever room, then you're right to get O'Brien right there.
Well, I was looking at another guy that I know that you've been on and drafting before Riley O'Brien. So at round 16, I was deciding pitcher or hitter. Who do I push? It was the short go around. And I was like, do I take the hitter first or do I take the pitcher first? Which one can I push and make it? I knew no matter what, these guys in this room have been super sharp, and it's been a tough room. I knew probably no matter what I did, I was going to be wrong. And it was. I went with Kevin McGonigal. I'm super glad to get him, but I went with Kevin McGonigal, and I was going to take Robert Garcia. And then Robert Garcia went. And then I was like, okay, well, I can fall back on Jack Leiter. Then Jack Leiter went, and I'm like, well, all right. Now the starter I want's gone. The reliever I wanted's gone. Riley O'Brien was literally Riley O'Brien and Victor Vodnik were the last two like closers that were there, quote unquote, Right. So that's what we went with.
No, I mean, and Yates went in that grouping too. And that, I mean, it's all of a sudden a hot room for relievers right there. So you have to get O'Brien or you're not getting a reliever there.
Yeah, you saw the good call. Yeah, I didn't even say that just then, but absolutely.
Hey, Spencer, if you got a minute in between picks, if you want to like download the NFBC file, I'll put it in my sheet and I can do that and kind of.
Sure. Okay. How do I do that during the draft?
Oh God, now don't mess yourself up, man.
No, it's
Don't
okay.
do it.
I got a minute. I can navigate here. So you tell me.
Let me pull up my NFBC room. So you would just go to you have to go all the way back, bro. Don't do it. You have to go all the way back. Don't even think about it. You have to go so far back that it might mess you up.
Okay. I won't then. All right, I won't then.
But if you open another window, you might be able to navigate to it. I just, I would hate to mess you up right here in any way. Who was your first round pick for number 5? I'm curious to who you went now that they have the injury to what's his name? Jose Ramirez is no longer the number 5 pick.
Yeah. So I went with Acuna.
Okay. Acuna, Diaz, Hunter Brown. I like that.
Yeah, and then as soon as then I went Shea Langoliers.
Love it.
After that, Jaron Duran, that's my guy.
Love it.
Cody Bellinger, as I look back, that one I wish that I would have made that Nico Horner. He went on the turn after, and I was torn. I went with Bellinger immediately after Horner went. I was like, gosh dang it, I should have taken Horner there.
Horner's your guy too, so I know that stings a little. I know
you're big. That stung. But then I got Nolan McLean. Big fan of this one. Michael Bush here at the end of 8. Then Bubba Chandler. Noelvi, who I also took in that DC that me and you did. I got him in round 10 in both of them. And then after that, Robbie Ray and Edward Cabrera. Then Carter Jensen for my catcher 2. I had pushed middle infield all the way to this
point.
Here
you are. You're on clock now, bro.
I'm on the clock now, and I've got people in my queue, so we're good.
Okay.
I got Otto Lopez.
Love that.
Dalton, and he gives me the second and short, as you know.
Love
so
it.
With no middle infield, it gave me the option. Then I got Varsho as my outfield 4, and then McGonigal. Now Riley O'Brien. Now,
I love it. That's a Spencer team right there. Those are Spencer guys. And I'm not knowing about McGonigal, but it's good to have another shortstop before you get too late in any DC.
And right, correct. Now, I will tell you this. I'm going to make this pick right now for you, but my friend.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Who did you mention that you didn't get back to? They said they took him from you. That's because you didn't get Nico Horner. Normally, I know that you think about average as well, but you're buoyed in other positions. That's probably why that Horner stung. But now, I love the Luis Arias.
And here's what that does, okay? So if McGonigal doesn't get called up right now, Luis Arias is going to be first base, but he's going to gain second base after the first week.
Yeah, exactly.
So going into week 2, going into the weekend of the second week, I should be able to put him in at my middle or my second base,
right?
Which would then allow me to, now I'm still going to need another shortstop, but the point being is if I get another second baseman here, then now I can move Otto Lopez to short until McGonigal comes in. I get flexibility. Arise gives me all sorts of positional flexibility on top of the good average.
On top of the average flexibility that you have, Otto Lopez is an average asset. So they're coming around second baseman, going off the board here a little bit.
Yep, Donovan and Simeon. So Simeon was in my queue. That was a thought. There went Chase DeLauder. Okay, so here's where I'm at. This is in round 19, and I currently right now only have 5 starting pitchers and 2 relief pitchers.
Okay.
So that's to me, that's light on pitching.
Yeah.
So with that said, I need to grab another arm here, and I'm not looking to go super deep, but man, it is drying up on me. I'm going to throw Casey Mize in my queue and see if there's anyone else that jumps out. Nothing is jumping out at me as far as like what I really want. Oh, take it back. I'm going to grab this name right now. Andrew Painter.
I was going to, okay. Braxton Ashcraft, is he available? He's been taken.
He's been taken.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah. Graham Ashcraft is available.
Yeah. No, that's the Zebby Matthews went right in front of you. He's definitely the painter is definitely a better value than that. I'm trying to see who else would be in there. Those guys just went Will Warren. Somebody's gonna pick Schnelling before it gets back to you, but there'll be a couple beyond this. I'm not gonna Spencer. I'd say beyond this is a pocket of pitchers. I see if you're looking to get another pitcher. I see serviceable starters coming up around back to you in that 20th round there.
And that's probably what I'm going to look at, buddy. That I'm probably going to do at least one pitcher, if not two, with this next go around. And now I've got a minute. Okay, you navigate with me, okay? So
okay, so you go to your.
Tell me where to go.
So go all the way down to the team that you're on, and just
okay.
Go
That's
to
this one.
Yeah. So click 150 Draft Champion. Oh, anywhere there.
Okay.
Yep. And then go to Draft up top there.
Okay.
Draft to go to draft results.
Okay.
And then go download.
Download.
And then just send me that file in the Discord and give me a couple minutes.
All right.
And now you can go back to your room.
That's in my download folder. Let's see. Upload file. Downloads. Boom. Diggity. There you go.
Boom. And if that comes to me in the Discord here, then I can take a look at your whole league there.
Tell me if that worked. If not, I can send you like an email.
I don't see it on the Discord. I think you have my email. You can send it to me.
You don't see it on the Discord?
I don't. Sometimes they won't let you send big files.
Oh, maybe that's it, because it shows on my end that I did.
Okay, it shows you're typing now. Maybe it's just taking a second.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and email it anyway.
All right. Man, I think I like your team right now, how you're coming out in terms of your attack and approach. So
I feel pretty good with it. I don't feel great. So, like I said, this has been a tough room. There's been many times so far throughout this draft that the picks that I have wanted have gone right around me many times so far. So it's been tough. It has been a tough room, but it's been fun. And I do like the way that it's coming together. I'll be real interested to see once you get this in here, what your sheets show as far as what I'm weak at. I was telling earlier, I was kind of talking about the way that I project stats in my mind, and the way that I was looking at guys, the different stat ranges that I was viewing on my players. But one thing that I really can't get a good firm grasp of trying to mentally do projections or stats in my mind is batting average. That's a really hard thing to get a mental grasp of. Am I high? Am I low? And that's something that I'm very interested, because I think I'm in a pretty good position. I don't have anyone that I believe is going to crater my average.
I don't see an average sink there. Who's your second catcher? Because that can always hurt your average, but you already have a second catcher, so I think you'll be all right.
It's Carter Jensen. So, we don't really know what we're going to get from him, right? Like, it's a wild card, but he's one of my favorite wild cards to take. So, back in Gladiator season, I was telling everyone my two top drafted catchers in Gladiator were Dylan Dingler and Carter Jensen. Okay. And as of today, right now, I'm still feeling really good about that.
Yeah, no, Dylan Dingler, definitely. He's as draft season's got on, he's grown on me in terms of where you can get him for the value. I don't know about Carter Jensen, but you're asking about batting average sinks on your team. For me, it's always a second catcher or a second baseman. Hey, that file you sent me didn't come through as the right file. So again, I'm not trying to mess you up, but at your leisure, if you want to send that over, I can take a look at it.
Okay. You say, so it downloaded as a Word file. Is it not supposed to be a Word file?
It should. When you download it from NFBC, you hit it it'll come up as like a CSV, or I think it's a TSV file. You see draft, and then you go draft results, and then just download, and then it gives me a TSV file. Yeah. There's Giancarlo. I know that's one of your guys right there, Spencer.
Yeah, it is.
Casey Mize went. I think you're right to have Painter in front of Mize. And also in there, Joe Musgrove went quite late in this draft, I might say.
Well, Joe Musgrove news just came out today that he's starting on the IL.
Okay.
So that's something that I don't know if the drafter knew or not. But yeah, that I did see that earlier today. So I have no clue about Joe Musgrove as far as what we're going to actually end up getting. He's missed so much time now coming into the year hurt. It's like, to me, that's just not a good sign. I knew I was pretty much staying away from him.
I was very high on him earlier in the year for the value I was getting, and I'm like supremely disappointed he's going to start on the IL. I heard he had the bone chips. I was thinking maybe he would not. Now it sucks, but whatever.
Yeah. Where are you coming at in your DC? Which round are you coming up on now?
I'm going to be coming up on the 22nd, I believe. It's
okay.
a 2 hours slow. So, yeah, I am in the 22nd round. Kind of right exactly where you are. Actually, I'm like seriously referencing that for what pictures are being taken. There goes Manaea. Manaea went out of place there. Merrill Kelly went out of place. Tyler Mahle went a little bit early.
Yeah, he did. We are in, and I'm seeing a bunch of pictures here. This is kind of leading me to think maybe I need to double tap pitcher here. I got a question for you. Since the injury, what are you doing with Hunter Green? Would you draft him at all, or is he just a complete fade now? Is there a certain point where you're like, it's late enough, I'll throw him on this roster?
Has there been an update on him?
Yeah, well, he's going to be out until July.
Oh, no, I did hear that update. I mean, I guess that kind of profile does have value to me coming back, depending on the price. Yeah, that profile does have some value. I don't know how late it would have to be for that to become a value for me. I'll check and see when he went in that slow DC I'm in. But I think a guy who comes back if healthy, who could give you 100 strikeouts in those couple months, I think that does have value. I haven't really thought about it too much, but now that you say he would have those 2 months, yeah. I'm not searching for it, but I guess I would take it under the right circumstance.
Okay, I'm a pick away here. And so here's where I'm looking at right now. I was just talking about potentially taking double pitchers, but there is an infielder who has multi-position eligibility in Ernie Clement that would give me a lot of flexibility to move around with this team that I've got. And I feel like I could plug in Big Earn and he won't hurt me. He may not help me a ton, but he wouldn't hurt me. But there's a couple guys that are similar to him later as well.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
And I think one of those guys that you encouraged me to pick earlier in the year is actually a really good pick in that later pocket.
So I will tell you, going off of the fact that I am going to I'm going to push him. I'm going to push him. And I'm going to go with this pick right here. Cade Cavalli. So I'm Andrew Painter and Cade Cavalli. I'm going kind of risky, but I'm also going big upside with these two arms. I see at this point now, I don't know when guys will go. There's been several times in this draft where I've thought I could push people based off their ADP, and you can't. I can't.
You can't.
So really, I know I've heard you say this in yours, but it's like get your guy season, right? I mean, that's where we're at. We're only 10 days away from the season.
I heard you talk about going into the corner and out of the corner, and I think it applies to you because you're the 5. I'm actually drafting from the 5 in my current DC, so it's very similar. I'll let you know Cavalli went just 3 picks earlier in the DC that I'm in the 20th round. So that's
really?
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great pick. It is get your guys. I'm experiencing get your guys more than I ever have in any room ever in the room I'm in right now. But I think what you're saying about the short side, I always get my pitcher going in the short side. Not always, but that's one of the things I always think about. Get your pitcher. You're going to want to secure your pitcher. And I think that's what you did with Cavalli there. Now you've given you an option of what you can do coming out. I always like that strategy. I tell myself, get my pitcher going into the corner. So,
and officially right now, I'm through 20 rounds, coming to 21. I have 9 pitchers. So I have almost half my team pitchers, and I do have my quote unquote starting pitchers filled, even though obviously that doesn't really matter in this, as you know. But I do have quote unquote my starting spots filled. I have one last guy that I think I'm going to go ahead and reach on. And once I do, I'm going to be interested to know if he went in yours.
Okay.
Unless Big Earn does continue to make this fall, and I might click on him again. The thing is, for guys that don't steal a lot of bases and don't have a lot of power, yeah, I get the batting average is nice, but I'm not going to be playing him consistently for that batting average to matter a lot. He's a fill-in guy. He's a get me through if someone's hurt. It's all about the fact that I could play him at corner, short, second, middle, third. You know what I mean? Like I can just move him around.
And despite the fact he's really only a replacement level stats player, the fact that you can play him at those other positions makes him a 1.2 replacement level player. That's the value of like a Big Earn in this position, in this situation. I really like that play. There's a couple of those guys later, but Clement went this is his range, I would say.
Robbie Snelling and Josh Lowe just went. Now, this is something too. I don't want to get too far away from outfield because I do only have 4 outfielders. Now, my 4 I like a lot: Acuna, Duran, Bellinger, and Varsho. But it's only 4. Okay, so I don't want it to get too far away from me. Okay, all of this said, though, oh man, I'm torn here, buddy. I just went to outfielder, and there's one that I like quite a bit, but I know there's going to be so many guys I'm going to feel similar about later. I'm going to go back to one more time. I'm going to go back to the pitcher well of getting a young stud who fits the Painter Cavalli level of pitcher that theoretically could be a major difference maker for my team if everything works out right. And that's Max Meyer.
Oh, Max Meyer's available to right there. I didn't even know that. I would have told you to smash him. That's the guy was trying to get in my draft, and he did not come back to me.
He did not. So where did he go in your draft? That's what I was going to ask you. In yours, what round did Max go in?
Went the 8th. He went, okay, I took Josh Naylor in the 21st round with that exact pick that you just picked Meyer with. Was the last pick in my draft.
Bo Naylor.
I'm sorry, Bo Naylor. And then Max Meyer went in 3 picks with the 8th.
Okay, gotcha. So really, then this was the time to do it for sure.
Exact time to do it. And I would have taken him, except I needed Bo Naylor. I needed to have him. I couldn't do it any other way, or Max Meyer would have been my pick there. I'm really impressed by the way you're attacking pitching here. I think you're attacking pitching in the pocket where pitching pays the most. And I think you intimated at the part that, these outfielders at a certain point, their range, they're different, but their range becomes smaller. So these pitchers are going to start. Well, Chad Patrick was a good value there, actually. But the rest of these pitchers are going to start. There's like very, very thin left. Very thin after this. So when it comes back around, you're probably going to get some of the hitters you want.
Yeah, I probably will. And honestly, there's a chance that I may do one more pitcher too, because before I get too far, like you said, if I let's say I go 2 or 3 rounds of hitting, by the time I come back to looking at pitching again in round 26 or 27, I will be looking at nothing that I want.
Yes.
And there right now is still quite a bit of upside that I still like to pull from this. Because I know as much as you do, managing these teams throughout the year, how hard it is to deal with the injuries to pitching and the the different matchups. I mean, how many times do you have guys that are like going to have one start at the Dodgers? Well, I don't want to play that guy.
No.
You know,
It'll be like Dodgers and then home to like they'll be pitching at home against the Rockies, and then it'll be in LA, and you'll be like, I can't start him.
and then you look at your bench and you're like, okay, I've got a few relievers, but this starter's hurt. This starter was sent down to the minors. This guy's hurt. Now you're like, oh gosh, I guess I got to play him. And then of course he gets roughed up. He hurts your ERA and WHIP. I mean, it's happened to all of us that do these drafts time and time
That's what
again.
I was going to ask you, because I remember earlier in the season you were speaking with me about ratio relievers, and I don't know if those have been attacked in this draft.
No, they have not yet. We've mostly had the starters go, and we've had the closers go, but we have not yet had like the big run of ratio relievers go. We have not.
I got to tell you, I think I'm feeling that some of these guys who are getting squeezed out on starter are going to start that run. I'm not sure how many outfielders they have, but if they're fit at hitter, they're going to go for those ratio relievers starting up here in a minute.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not far away from that at all. I've been trying to keep up with marking names off of a sheet. Buddy, I don't know how you keep up with typing all of the names in whenever you're drafting in a fast draft. Like how you did it in your auction is beyond me.
Well, we'll see now that I have the hurt finger.
How's your finger doing?
It's still hurt, man, and it's going to be better, but I'm learning to deal with it and progressing according to the doctor's plan. So what can you say? I'll be all right. It's no big deal.
Well, it is when you're typing.
That's what I'm saying. So, but thankfully that when I invented the autofill, Spencer, that's when I figured out how to autofill those fields. That's when I got confident in it. There was the player I was talking about that I know you're high on, Brooks Lee.
Yeah, he was one of the multi-position guys.
Yeah,
I was looking at later.
That's got to be a good DC pick there. I think that might be a little early per ADP or my valuation, but he's showing, I think, probably on the board. He might have been showing more at bats than anybody there. I don't know if Seanwell's still available, but Brooks Lee is right now you're looking for at bats. There's a few starters left. There's a few starting players left. The rest are not starters. The rest are 120 games, 130 games. You can still get some 140 game players out here, but you got to look for them. That's where this is what I'm thinking in my DC, where I'm in the same area. There's another guy I would covet there, Josh Smith. Does he have outfield eligibility?
Yeah, Josh Smith is also one of the other names that I was talking about, as far as like someone who I wouldn't mind to add later, which, by the way, never mind, since he just went.
Yeah, no, that's why I won't talk about him until they go. I'm not gonna mention him until they go, bro.
That's all right. That's all right. But yes, Josh Smith was one of those.
Yes.
And does he have outfield? No. Right now he's short, first, and third.
Okay. Interesting.
And I was just checking out another Ranger to see, but he went earlier and I missed it. There it is in round 18. Jake Berger. I didn't have him marked off my sheet.
Love me a Jake Berger.
Oh man, me too. And I am starting to get even more on him than I've been this whole draft season as we're getting closer.
That's a good price on him. That team's got to feel happy about that.
Oh, has to. There went Evan Carter. Let's see here. Yeah, I know I've missed some people. Yep, there's one that I missed. And Stanton. All right, back to the free agent wire. Now, I've got a few people in my queue right now. I'm going back to look at outfield. Yeah, there still is a lot of outfielders that I would be completely fine with moving in and out of my lineup. But there is one who does stand out to me, but even more, two that I think could work as a pair together where I could rotate them, and I might be able to still wait a couple more rounds to get that. So
now you're talking. Pairing. This is pairing season where you pair your players and make them work together this time of a DC.
Yeah, and I will tell you, real quick, these are the two players that I was just talking about. I just sent that to you over in the Discord. Those are the two because I think those two guys I don't have to take with these 2 rounds. I think I could wait until the next 2 rounds. And I could get away with taking another infielder and another pitcher here to do that.
Those are good calls. I'm going to put you back one there that is probably a similar profile that I am actually considering in mine. I'm not.
Yes.
You see
very,
him too?
very similar profile.
Very similar.
And it's almost the same thing, only that guy maybe has a chance for more solid everyday at bats.
I'm not sure that's the guy who's on my radar in this range.
Yeah. I'll tell you someone who's completely off my radar is Jordan Walker. He's just done so bad in spring, and it just is like egging on to his past, and I just want nothing to do with the guy. Boy, I hope I'm wrong and he turns things around, but I want nothing to do with Jordan Walker.
God, it's going to be one of those ones where it's going to be, yeah, you can just see it going south for the guy. It sucks.
Oh, it sucks. I know. It really does. Okay, so I'm a pick away. And as I'm a pick away here, I'm a pick away from Big Earn falling all the way back around. So I said it out loud. I know. I don't care. If it jinxes me, it jinxes me. It didn't.
You get a chance.
So I'm going to shoot you a message of a guy. So you see this name here? This is who I was thinking about instead of doing. And then I could go ahead and grab the pitcher that I wanted, who also fell. I've only had one pitcher in my queue who I had in the same vein as Cavalli and Meyer and Painter, as far as like young and like super high-end upside if things go right. And he's in a pretty good position. Let me make sure that he's still in that position. Real quick, roster resource. Make sure nothing has changed on there. He is projected to be his team's number 3. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going this pitcher, Reed Detmers.
Oh, hey, you're talking about playing matchups and mix and matching. That's a great pick. If you intend, you know what I said about the lineup setting room that I was in? I said this is going to the get your guys room. These are lineup setting leagues, Spencer. Everybody is getting these in these areas, drafting players to mix and match and set lineups to get aggressive in doing that. There's other outfielders here who are platoon outfielders who, if you mix and match them together, that's a 25 home run kind of guy. Jeff McNeil fell pretty far there too, man.
Yep, that's a good fall for McNeil. I know you are higher on McNeil than me, and that's more because I respect his game, but I don't like him as a person. So that's kind of my thing with him there.
I did not know he had a personality that was needed to be paid attention to.
Well, it doesn't really.
Okay.
I mean, literally, it's just from me watching baseball for these last few years, and it doesn't really matter. But he's just one of these guys who just seems like a jerk. Just to be honest with you, he does. Part of the reason why he was shipped out of New York was that exact thing, because he just didn't mesh well with them. He's gotten, and I want to say it was someone slid into second like 2 years ago. I think it was Reese Hoskins.
I remember that play.
And basically did nothing. And McNeil threw this whole like big fit, and it was like he barely touched him, and he stood and then like threw this whole big fit, and then like benches came out. And I remember I'm just watching. I'm like, gosh, this guy's what an idiot. Like, come on, bro. And I don't know. They're just some guys that it's just like, some guys you just want to sock him one right in the kisser. He's one of those guys for me.
You know what? If he tries that in West Sacramento, he's not going to have a good time.
No, he won't. No, he will not. You can go sock him one for me.
They will let him know out there. They'll let him know what's going on. But right. I am in terms of outfielder. I think he's one of the last outfielders with average there. Just in terms of like the profile, I'm not super high on him, but if you're looking for average and an outfielder with 450 at bats, I think that's a guy.
Yeah, And that's the part I agree, right? Oh man, Venezuela just tied the game up. I got the game on my iPad here. It's
Oh
2-2 now.
Uh-oh.
Okay, and I'm on the clock. All right. Jason, I want your opinion. I want you to help me make this decision.
Okay.
Big Earn has fell again. Or do I go with the guy who I sent you in the chat, who the reason why I've not taken Big Earn is hoping someone else would take him so I could take this other guy. But we're at this point now where I'm like, maybe I should just take the other guy anyway. What do you think?
I do like the other guy better. I like the other guy for upside. I think Big Earn is inflated off his I think the other guy has more upside, if you want my honest opinion.
And the other guy is projected to be his team's leadoff hitter and play every day. And he gives me dual eligibility to go with my Otto Lopez and give me.
And the team likes him. The team wants to play that guy.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. The team wants to play that guy. That's the important thing to me in these things. You said he's a leadoff hitter. Team wants to play him. That's why I drafted Colt Keith like an idiot. Not like an idiot. I like Colt Keith. Good value. But those still kind of team, leadoff hitter. Ernie Clement, where's he gonna? Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah, Edroth has the difference that he could matter with steals, right?
Yes,
and he could be. He has some room to grow from a batting average perspective.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Venezuela just took the lead. Someone just got a hit, knocked in a run. Who was it? Let's see. I haven't seen who got the hit yet, but Acuna just went to third. Man, hasn't the WBC been amazing? Have you been following along?
I've been watching some of the highlights. I haven't been following along. I went to the first 3 championship weekends that were on the West Coast.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I went to the Friday, Saturday where they played 2 games and then they played the championship game. I went to the first 3 of those on the West Coast.
You lucky. How was it? Was it a great time?
It was amazing. I think one of the most competitive and crowd engaged games I've ever seen was Japan versus Korea in Dodger Stadium. That was crazy. That was a semifinal game. Japan ended up winning that game, but that was a crazy game. I've been the hurt finger, the baseball, everything. I've just been bogged down. Haven't been able to turn on my TV, but I did see Venezuela win a couple games in the WBC, in the third series when they played in San Francisco. Love it. It's kind of the best competition. Anybody who doesn't like the WBC, I don't like you.
Oh yeah, what are you thinking? Yeah, like how do you not like the WBC?
Hey, let me ask you about it. Can I ask you your opinion on a player who went in this mix right after you went? Paul Sewell, and now you got Will Vest going. Before that, in there were Finnegan, Sewell, and Vest. They've gone in the last 15 picks. What about Sewell? What's the value there?
So this is me. Okay. Both him and Ginkel suck.
Yes.
So they both could get saves. They both might get 20 saves, but what are you going to have to eat along with that 20 saves? And at any point, it could be either of the other one. You might play one on a week and he does nothing for you. I could see playing Paul Sewell or Kevin Ginkel and having to eat 3 innings of 4 earned runs and 2 strikeouts. You know what I mean?
Even a save, and no save opportunity in that week.
And save in that week, right? And then I just wasted one of my spots playing them. It's why I was so hesitant to even grab Riley O'Brien. I don't like taking relievers that just to chase saves. It's why I'm hesitant on Victor Vodnik. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know you like him more, but you understand what I'm talking about. You get the risk of, like, when you, at least with Vodnik, he's got such elite stuff. Like, he throws gas. He throws 100 miles an hour plus. Luis Ariz, base hit. Venezuela's up now, 4-2.
Dude, he's going to have a big year, man. Luis Ariz is going to have a big, I mean, USA, but Luis Ariz is going to drive in a lot of runs this year, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, bud? We're going to watch it play out, aren't we? But he is looking great so
I'm going
far
to be reporting to you live from hometown radio on Luis Ariz. They're going to be talking about what restaurant he eats at and all that kind of stuff. I'll have all that info for you.
I can't wait. Can't wait to hear it. Let me know what kind of toilet paper he uses.
Oh, if he's hitting 300 and driving in runs, that information will be known.
All right, there goes Chris Bassett and Braxton Garrett. Couple good picks there. I haven't drafted Braxton Garrett at all in anything, but I've been seeing he's healthy, and I
Yeah.
liked him a lot a few years ago.
Me
So we'll
too.
see what happens with a guy like him.
Me too. A few years ago, I was big on him. I'm off him now because I think I paid too much for him and he got hurt again.
Both of those outfielders that I told you are still there, plus the guy you told me is still there. So all three of them we're still rocking along.
I'm sending you some guys I don't know are still there or not, but these are some guys that I'm like just kind of just scanning down my sheet. I don't know what your team build is or what you need, but the second guy I sent you is definitely a player who I think probably has the most at-bats left on the board if you're looking for at-bats.
So they both are still there.
Okay.
Both of them are guys that I do like taking. But the one that you said that might have the most at-bats, you know what? As I'm thinking about it, truth be told, I might need that position. Because as I'm looking through my team, let me give you a full positional rundown, okay? So what I'm looking at as far as catcher, again, I have the two, Langoliers and Jansen. I'm currently rocking 4 outfield. As far as infield, so I've got at my middle, I have the Meadroth and Otto Lopez, both with the second and short eligibility. I've got Kevin McGonigal, who will be shortstop. He should be the everyday leadoff hitter for the Tigers, hopefully, and will be their shortstop. He's a major prospect who could be an apps like he could be the guy who's the game changer and not Connor Griffin while everyone's on Connor Griffin. You know what I mean? It's possible.
He could be Jacob Wilson from last year.
He could be Jacob Wilson from last year with more power.
Yeah.
And then I've got Luis Ariz at my corner, which he will be also, first and second. So I'll be able to move him around. But at third base, I have Noel V, and he's got third and outfield, but that's my current only third base option. And there are several third base options that I do like. I only have one first base option other than, I take back Luis Ariz. So he's technically my second first base option. Ariz chicken. Let me write him down here. Okay. But yes. Oh, I just see Nasim Nunez went. There's a speed gamble right there.
You're on the deck. I think you're on deck right here.
I am. So I'm going to text you a guy here. Tell me what you think about this guy. Do you like him? Because he's got second and third eligibility, and I've been a fan of his in the past. He is projected to be the everyday third baseman.
Is he? I mean, I guess I would prefer him if I could count more if I knew he had comparable at bats to the other guy I said, but I just don't know about his health this year. I think it was wrist and leg. So if you count him having the at bats, yeah, I prefer him, but I just counted that other guy having 100 more at bats.
And well, if he's healthy, because that's been the problem with him.
That's true.
He has had major issues staying on the field. I'm looking last year, 482 at bats. Before that, 178, then 478, then 98. So, he hasn't even reached 500 at bats yet.
You're right.
That's the downside. The upside is I do agree. I really like the bat. And, because the other guy could be there later, I'm going to do it. It's a good suggestion, and it's a good pick for this team. I'm going to go ahead and grab Josh Jung.
Dude, I like that pick so much. Now, anybody watching this I'm going to try to make that pick in my DC. Dang, I really am high on Josh Jung. I like that pick a lot.
He's so, like I said, my thing with him, I have liked him since he came up, but he has not shown any consistency with being able to truly stay on the field and stay good. But I do know that talent is there. And if you were to tell me that he hit 35 home runs this year, I would not be shocked. I would be like,
exactly.
Yeah, he had 600 at bats. Yeah, I get it. I see that.
He put it together a little bit, and they were hitting him high in the lineup, and Texas was halfway decent. That's, We're
He
here in the
could.
24th round, so tell yourself a story. That's not even a gladiator pick.
It's
So
not. No, and here's this easy story. He could move up to fourth in the lineup behind Seager because right now that's Berger and then Jock Peterson. Are you like he couldn't move up to Berger's spot? Of course he could.
of course. That's where they want to play him, actually. And that's the thing. If you think about it, where Texas dreams of playing him is there. So, yeah, that's another upside. Ooh, look at these. People are getting into these pitchers right there. Boy, desperate for pitcher. You're smart to be set on pitcher already in this room.
It made me, I was going to say, this makes me feel good because I'm currently still sitting at 11 total pitchers. This is round 25. There went Ian Seymour.
Oh.
Okay, Jonathan India, I'm up. Okay. Literally all of the people that I want are still there. So it kind of makes me want to go back over to pitcher. There's two guys that I love, both of them. I've taken both of these guys in Gladiators. These are the two I just sent you. Do you have a preference on one versus the other? I have 23 seconds.
I put the first one over the second one.
All right. Because of a better chance for saves this year?
I think just better ratios too, maybe.
And maybe better ratios potentially. That's the part we don't really know. I'm going to do it. Grant Taylor, come on down.
Yeah, because I always take Taylor in front of the other guy you say there for opportunity because you can't ever draft on injury. It would take injury for the other guy to get any opportunity at that. So
yeah, and on my personal sheet, I literally have them right next to each other, and so I mean, it's like I also have another Team USA guy right there with them, who I like a ton for all the same reasons. This one.
I'll tell you, I was hoping to get back to Grant Taylor in the 22nd round of my DC, and he got taken in the 21st. So you're getting exceptional value on these picks.
That's good value then. Yeah, that makes me feel even better. See, that's one thing that as I'm going through here too, in a slow draft, whenever I was doing that slow DC with you back a month ago, one thing that I could do in a slow draft is go back and look at the previous 10 to 14 days of ADP and look at where guys have been going recently before that point to get a grasp on, am I early or late on someone?
Right.
Obviously you can't do that. You got to draft by feel during a fast draft like this, just like we'll be doing next week.
No. We have all that information available to us at all times. We have both recent ADP and
you do. I'm saying for me, like with what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like next week we'll have your sheets. We'll have literally all the info we need.
Yeah, we'll have that info for sure.
We will have all of it.
We'll have the mix of info. We'll have the mix of info, and if you think about it, where the Venn diagram overlaps, that's where the juggernauts are built.
Yes, sir. You better believe it. That's our hope. That's our goal.
There was some other third baseman. See, I think. Oh, there was another player. Hey, what do you think? Yeah, I seen the last guy you just texted me. He's in there too. I gotta say, the Taylor was taken. The other two I'm looking to get back to as I come into the 22nd, 23rd in my DC. I need the second guy because he would be a handcuff. But so I'm going to jump for him because especially since I don't have – here's how high I am on Taylor now that you hit me the game and I looked into it a little bit. He would have been my 9th pitcher. I would have gone 6 and 3, and he would have been a ratio reliever there for me. So I think the value that you got there in the 25th round to get that guy who's not even like, I think you said to me, hey, nobody has a good matchup. You play your ratio reliever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That you're going to have he's not cheap. You got him for cheap, and you're going to have that ability for a 25th round pick. You got to love that team build.
I do. I'm very happy with it. I really am. And the thing is, the best part about ratio relievers like Grant Taylor are guys that have the opportunity where if just one thing changes, all of a sudden you add saves into that.
Well, you know what I say about the handcuff or the ratio reliever? I often say into and out of the All-Star break, long weekend, something like that. You never know when that guy's going to get a note. Somebody goes on maternity leave. there might be an opportunity, and that's going to be the guy.
The
Okay,
team loves him.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in DC, if you can scrape those couple 2-3 saves, there's Taylor Rogers. He went very late.
See, this Taylor Rogers brings up a great point. It's much like Taylor Rogers is much like what I was talking about earlier, though, with Vodnik or with Riley O'Brien or with whoever else I was mentioning earlier. But these guys that are in line to get saves, but they could just straight up be bad. That's why I have a problem taking them. Yeah, they can be great. Like Taylor Rogers, that could be an awesome pick. He could have 30 saves. That could be awesome. But he also could be done as the closer 2 weeks into the year, and he might be just a terrible reliever again.
That's why if you talk about those guys, the Vodnik type of guys, the guys who could get 20 saves, I think Vodnik is the most locked to start the season with the longest leash.
Yeah.
And to just for me to clock those 20 saves before it falls apart. And that's why I value Vodnik over those other guys. I would love to say Taylor Rogers is going to beat out Cole Sands, because Cole Sands, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he's not a good pitcher.
Yeah. Right.
But there's still but how can Taylor Rogers beat him out? There's Carantini. You got to think that's a good pick there in the 26th round. Is that a third catcher for that guy?
Let's go see. Austin Wells. No, that's his second catcher, with Austin Wells as his first.
Okay, I have that exact same combination in that slow DC that we drafted, and I believe they were in the same rounds. That's why it's pulling out to me, is that is a curious way to play catcher. And I think it's the lowest amount you can spend on a decently serviceable catcher group.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I had gotten Carantini as my third catcher in the draft that we did together, where I got him as my third catcher with Edgar Quero. Edgar Quero's looking in a good spot too, isn't he?
Edgar Quero went a bit ago, but yeah, he's looking. Wait, did he?
I did not get Carantini in that draft with me and you. I got him in a different one. Okay. I think I got Carantini in. I got him in the Bubba and the Bloom auction league. That's what it was, because I went with Augustin Ramirez, and then I missed out on all of the other catchers.
That's right. I watched you do that.
Yeah,
I watched you do that. That's right. Well, there's a curious player late in the year. You might think he gets 20 homers if his knee is right. Maybe 15.
Okay. This is the time where maybe right now I do go ahead and double tap the outfielders that I like. But I say that, but it's like there continues to be so many more, because if I miss out on those outfielders, I can pivot to some other options. Whereas as I'm looking here, here's one. You tell me your thoughts. Are you looking at this player at all? Because this one's pretty interesting for me, for my team.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking at him. I think I've drafted him this year. What's his range? Are we coming into that range? We gotta be
in that range.
That'd be a little early. But yeah, I think upside on that guy, and I think average on that guy too. I think he could have more average.
That's where, see, I like the average potential there. Man, Jordan Westberg is still sitting here. I mean, he's going to be out for a while, but Westberg lacks return timetable. He remains without a time limit to increase participation in baseball activities.
Second half home runs, maybe. Who knows?
It's interesting. But I'm not. I'm just going to go ahead and lock this one up right now, because this one has been sitting up there at the top for a couple of rounds now, and get Jesus Sanchez, one of those outfielders that we were talking about. He could be a monster. He could also be someone that I sit and don't play, but he hits the ball so hard, and I love guys that just crush the ball. So he's one of them.
Predictable matchup plays with Jesus Sanchez. You know when he's hot, when he's cold. You know, you basically can tell what pitcher is going to give up a home run.
If he's going against a bunch of lefties, you sit him.
Yeah,
there you go. You know, it's
kind
of that
I'm into this year. I'm valuing Colorado players. That's another thing I value in Vodnik. You already know what's happening there in Colorado. Takes away some of the guesswork. Yeah, although it's bad, it takes it away. So. And that's what you're saying with Sanchez. Some of it is taken away. Just don't do it under certain circumstances.
Yes. I'm in a spot too, where I don't feel like I need to chase any statistical category. I think that I have drafted a team that is good enough across the board, where I'm not reaching for steals, I'm not reaching for power, and I can just sort of take my favorite plays here. So I'm
Did you see
wondering if
that last one I sent you?
let me see if he's still available, because he is someone that, if he is, I have looked at many times. He is available. Yeah, that is a very good pick, and I'm glad you pointed it out, because
That might be the most potential homers out there.
I'm looking. Yeah, and also I could easily sit him when I don't need. I do think that Horowitz was. Well, I just said his name. It's fine. Horowitz is a much better average source. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm going to do it. Let's do it. Nolan Gorman, come on down. And he fits my love of my Cardinals.
Yeah.
He gives me that extra third base. So also it kind of helps with the Josh Jung thing, right? Like where now my backup because it also gives me the option, if Gorman or Jung is doing well and I'm struggling with that outfield, I can easily just move Noelvi there to outfield.
That's why that's a great pick, because if you put Noelvi Marte at outfield right now, or even just put him at CI and just build your team that way, then your flexibility is maximized. So yeah, no, to have Noelvi, you're big on Noelvi. My last draft I passed on him, and I'm kind of bummed, because then I had to pay up much later to get the less good Willie Castro, for the same reason, to have those same type of eligibilities. But I would count Noelvi at outfield, and then I mean, I don't know. No, it's probably better to count him at third base. But you have that option throughout the year. You have that.
Yeah, exactly. I can move it around whenever I want, just for the sake of how things will lock and load as I'm going here. I am going to move it so that way Sanchez is the one who's on my bench as my bench hitter, since he's the last hitter I just took. Because before, with how it was, it had Josh Jung on my bench, but I just moved it around. So now I got Jung at third. So it just worked it in that way. So now, Sanchez is the one who's on my bench. And I got Gorman in there at utility, because I do think like the beginning of the season, week 1, whenever the Cardinals are, their first matchup, I would rather play Gorman than I would Sanchez in the first week of games, without looking at who the pitchers they're going against yet. That is.
I mean, you know this more than me, but Gorman's gonna get a long leash out there to make it happen.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's got a super long leash.
Yeah, and that's at bats. You're stacked at bats, and I had him for 21 homers. That's why he showed up to me. What up? You want me to open that for you? Okay. Right here.
How's your son doing?
He's good, man. He's had his first opening day, and he's had his baseball practice, and he's enjoying the sunshine as it gets warmer out here in California. So,
ask him what position he plays. Tell him I want to know what position he plays.
Well, he plays center. He wants to play center field because he's got a great arm. But this is his first year at Kid Pitch, and he got tapped to be the opening day starter his first Kid Pitch game. So he's kind of stoked on that.
Nice.
So the coach has him tapped to be a starter. So he struck out 4 in 2 innings. I said, son, you're a ratio reliever. I said, I would draft that.
I will draft you, son.
But no, he's doing good, man. He's doing good. It's getting warm out here. It's another 80. It was like 75 or 80 degrees out here today. So it's all baseball time.
How old is he? 10?
He's 7.
Oh, he's 7. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I was trying to think about the age that you said that, they start Kid Pitch. I was thinking that like 7 would still be like a coach pitch or whatever, or a T-ball.
After the kids don't put it over 5 times in a row, then the coach comes and pitches.
Okay. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's all about throwing strikes at every level, Spencer. It's about throwing those strikes.
It's about throwing those strikes. Yep. Now, I just put someone in my queue. I'm going to tell you who it was real quick. It's this name. This is why I'm so off of the other 2 crappy relievers from that same team I was talking about, because this guy could be back not that far into the season, like 2 months.
And that's who they want to use.
And that's who will get the job as soon as he's healthy.
Yes.
So this is another reason why I'm off of both.
You
those other
reminded
two
me of
guys.
him. I traded for him in a dynasty league I had right when it was going to happen, and then the unfortunate happened, and now I was. But you're right. You're right to put that name in your queue right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going back and I'm starring some more pitcher names because again, if I wait too much longer, I'm going to be really regretting the pitcher depth that I add to my bench. But this is where we get real interesting, isn't it? So we're coming to round 28. 28 to 38 are where you hit such a stretch of guys that it's like, man, all these people, they may end up being nothing, but you could add so many impactful names to your team right here that could help make a big difference.
This is the difference in league format. This is the difference in how you think. You did a gladiator, 23 rounds, 30 rounds. That's a fab league. You're not thinking like fab league right now. You're thinking, I got to keep every one of these guys on my team. You're drafting a little differently. So you're right to think about this value has to stick. These values sticking can make or break your year. So, I mean, I don't know. I see some of the players you've mentioned to me are going to come back to you, man. You're getting some juicy values.
It's looking pretty nice, isn't it, right now?
It is. I am curious as to what you think about those injured pitchers being taken there, Jones and Waldrop. And there's Hunter Green right there. So people are going on. There's the Hunter Green question you asked.
There's the Hunter Green question, and that was at pick 408. That seems about right. I didn't want to do it, but like over on Underdog, I had a team where I took him as my pitcher 7 the other day in round 18. Gosh dang it, that was my next queued pitcher, Rhett Lauder.
Okay.
He's looking like the guy who's going to take the spot for Hunter Green. But anyway, I had Hunter Green. I took him as my pitcher 7, thinking, oh, that's late enough where as my 7th pitcher, but I still didn't feel good about it. So I'm pretty much now like, well, I'm just going to stay away from Hunter Green. I feel like I've already got enough of him.
But you took him in the best ball format because he can still strike out 12 guys on a weekend
He could.
game.
That's why I did. But I'm like, I've taken so many already Hunter Green shares that even with the fault. Now, in this, though, this is different. This is a really good spot. Like, I do really like that for Team 13. I love Jared Jones in the previous round. Jared Jones could be back again. That's like maybe like a 2-month thing. He could be back.
How did Troy Melton fall so far? Yeah,
Troy Melton's hurt. Troy Melton's hurt.
Dang it.
Let me go look up what his injury is real quick. I'm going to have to note that he got hurt.
Dang it.
Let me see.
No, I agree with you about Jared Jones. I think I think that's a pitcher I'm already high on. I would try to trade for him in my dynasty right now.
Yeah, this is not good. Not good, Jason. He got added to the 60-day DL last week with right elbow inflammation. That is the precursor to surgery.
Bye-bye.
Yep. That's the thing with Troy Melton. Now, again, what if he's back? Sure. But he also could be just done for.
He's done. Ooh, there goes Solar. Oh.
Yes. Okay, so I did just get – I'm glad that I went ahead and did Jesus Sanchez before because that is a rough hit with losing Soler and Yastrzemski and that come around. I was really hoping to get one of those two right here. With that said, I mean, honest to God, Nick Castellanos is really not a bad fall. He's gonna come close to playing every day, if not play every day. Let me see. No, I mean, he's projected to be in a split with Gavin Sheets. It's hard for me to think that he'll be in a split, but I'm going to instead go with the elite reliever that I love that I just told you I almost picked before and get Jeremiah Estrada.
That's a pick right there.
I just love Jeremiah Estrada so much.
That is a pick. And did you see the outfielder I just texted you? Who's probably better?
Let me
better
go
than
see.
the one that
Oh
you
yeah,
were.
you like that guy. Yes, yes. I'll
I'm
go
just
put him
saying,
in
there's
my
got
queue
to be
for
something
you.
better than what you were talking, Castellano. There got to be something that you can scrape a little more juice out of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm gonna throw him in my queue and look a little bit deeper. I mean, there is other people to scrape juice out of for sure. I I'm gonna go check. Okay, he's not projected, but he's probably not gonna be far. We're also getting close to the time where you could start to take some guys that are going to start the year in the minors and wait on them.
True.
There's a few of those that I like a lot. You know what? I'm going to roll with you because he's up at the top. Let me go see where he's sitting in the lineup. I think it's the top of his team's lineup. Oh,
no. It's not
no.
always. It's
no.
Not. That's the country singer's job.
How much time I got? 24 seconds. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm pivoting away. I'm going back to pitcher, and I'm going to do one final big upside swing that I think this guy's going to be up sometime really soon and grab Peyton Tolley because Peyton Tolley could be so good. I really, really have been impressed by him. And I don't know if you saw, did you happen to see the video of him doing the America thing before the World Baseball Classic with his
didn't.
He stood up and did this like, because the Red Sox had Roman Anthony, Garrett Whitlock, trying to think, was it just those two or was there any other Red Sox that were on Team USA? Well, before they left, before at least Roman Anthony and Garrett Whitlock left for the WBC, there's this video that someone had recorded and of like Peyton Tolley where he did this like, and it was something that you would expect like a veteran to do, not like this young rookie.
Okay.
But he stood up in front of the team and did this whole like "Go America" presentation, and it was hilarious. And anyway, and showed me how much like the team already loves and embraces him. And I think the only reason why Tolley isn't going to start the year on Boston is so they can keep his innings down. And I think he's a really good pick that for my team because I can sit back and wait on because of what I already have.
Well, I think those other pitchers, those the injury pitchers, that's the same idea. You're getting them for the second half of the season. You're going to get that out of it. And I really think that is a value to look for. What you're going to get the last 2 months of the season, you there's no fab here. You need somebody who's got a fresh arm, who hasn't, who's got a little something to give at the end. That's why, despite the fact you draft the big pitchers, I mean, they might sit the last week of the season if their team's out of it. That does not help you.
No, absolutely. Whereas this guy could be in there,
he could be
gas.
He could be the guy.
He's the
guy who's in there because his team is in the playoffs and the big pitcher needs to sit down, and he gets a 2-start week to end the year, and they're against some mediocre teams because Red Sox already are right. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So I like that play a lot. Oh, there's Soroka. I'm not sure. I haven't caught an update on him, but
this one I'm sending you is also in the same vein, but more like Jared Jones.
That guy I didn't know he wasn't drafted yet, but
he's still there.
I don't know the time frame on him. Is it before or after Green?
It's right around the same time. Let me do a quick search here, but off the top of whenever I've seen, let me see estimated return date. Yeah, literally the same time, July. July is what they're saying as estimated.
I mean, you described to me that you already have fat pitching up front that's going to go. So it doesn't, if you feel that's value, that's a way.
Not with the next pick. I think I'm going to have to just push that one and just see if the draft just lets that one fall to me. Continued, but because there's still guys that I can count on, right?
Yeah. You need guys you can count on at a certain point. I see another player coming up here that I know you're high on in terms of batters.
Batters, I'm just all in on pitching. Let me go switch my mindset back over to batter real quick here. Oh well, first thing I did was just click on a name that I know I definitely like. Tell me, did you just put it in the Discord? Put in the Discord who you think it is that
Who I think that you in terms of a batter
about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I have him on that draft with us, and he gives me dual eligibility. One of the positions I need, another position that, and let me see, I'm almost positive that in that same team that what I just said, this guy actually is projected to play every day. He is. This guy is projected to be an everyday hitter for sure. I am a fan. Let me show you another one that from your local area.
Okay.
And he's been killing it in spring. Have you thought about this guy?
Oh man, I do think about that guy. I won't talk about that guy.
He's projected to play every day, and so I'm throwing him in my queue.
Put him in there.
Let me see a couple others here. Oh, this is a big one. Holy cow! Let me go back up and check this real quick.
Well, he just got taken.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Max Meyer or Max Muncy did?
Max Muncy
drafted. Gosh dang it. Oh well.
I think it's a good pick. He got a little something to him.
He's been killing it.
Yeah, got a little something to him.
Okay. This is the next one that I'm going to put to the top of my list if he makes it back around to me. Let me go ahead and move him to the top of my queue. This is I'm going to take if he makes it.
Ooh. That's not a bad idea.
And then this is also very interesting for my backup, who is a starter for his team. I also know has been doing good in spring, and I have liked in the past, and could just be good. I mean, like literally, I could just play him anytime I need to, and it'll be fine. He won't hurt me. He may not help me a lot, but he won't hurt me.
That's the other guy in that range. There was another guy who's a don't hurt me kind of player who's already been drafted, but there's only a couple of them at that position who are don't hurt me guys. But that's a profile that can be used as at a certain scarcity level. So yeah, I see that.
Is that someone that you would be looking at maybe taking on our team together when we get to a certain point? Could you get down on him?
Let me take a look at my specific little breakdown. I'm on my sheet right now. I'm just looking at his name on where I have my statistics for him. Yeah, definitely. It depends on that would be in this range. Yeah, I think that's viable, right? Let me see where I got him at. I got him at yeah, he's a don't hurt me kind of guy there.
Yeah.
He and you know what? And I think there's enough of the secondary counters, the team counters, where that's a guy you can almost make moves in the draft knowing you can get to that guy at a certain point. Like exactly like that guy did with the other how Team 12 did with his pick in the 26th round there that you're looking at. You can do stuff like that.
And I just looked, I even took him even on a Gladiator. I took him on one of my Gladiators teams.
I think I might have too on like one of my first Gladiators before I was really working into some other ideas. But he's that serviceable where you can't sneeze at him because he's not going to hurt you, and you can't take a 0 there, and it might be some type of team counters that are better than nothing. There's Baez right there. I don't know anything about Baez. Baez and Perez, that person's trying to stack outfielders. Oh, here comes the last of the outfielders here.
So Joshua Baez is a big Cardinals prospect who he's killed it in spring. There went Ballesteros. Dang it. Baez, and that was two. Oh, that was two. The freaking auto. That's the worst.
Oh, that's the worst when you get sniped by an auto. That should be illegal.
This guy's been auto the entire draft, Jason, since round 1. And in round 1, I was talking to the guys, and I was like, "Oh, this person will probably only auto a round or two, and then they'll be on." But no, he's not been on the whole time. Gosh, dang it! Well, now the other guy's definitely in play.
Well, he's got a queue that has 2 injured pitchers in it in the last 3 rounds, so that's fine.
It's literally just giving him the person who's top of the list.
Yeah.
I mean, his team is it won't be anything. But there it is. Venezuela won. I don't know who just struck him out. I missed who was in here, but I just saw.
Wow.
Well, hey, you know what? Italy, that was a great run. What a great run for Italy. Super proud of them. But let's be honest, Venezuela is the better team. All right, and look at those last 2 picks.
Look it up. It got up to you right there.
This is it. I'm just doing it right now. I'm not thinking twice. We're just going to go ahead and grab Freddie Fermin. That's who we were talking about. That's my 3rd catcher. Now I don't even feel like I need to worry about who my 4th is. Whatever it's going to be, it'll be fine.
Well, and that's where I'm at in my DC. I'm thinking about getting very aggressive with my 3rd catcher. That's why I was asking, is Carantini the 3rd there? And because I like having the 3rd catcher squared away. It makes you think you don't need a 4th.
I think you need to, because your 2 being Carantini and who was the other one again?
No, your current
one, Bo Naylor and
Shea Langoliers.
That's right. That's right. Because of Bo Naylor. Because Bo Naylor. No, again, I understand why you picked him. I heard you talking about him on your video, and I agree. I agree with everything you said. But the biggest thing with Bo Naylor that could be the problem is he could be that catcher that you play every day because of the upside of the power and maybe some steals, but he could crater your batting average.
I won't do it. I won't do it, and I want to have the opposite thing to go to.
This is why you need someone else to be able to put in for him if his batting average is just killing you.
I'll tell you what, when I drafted Naylor, I almost considered not drafting him and just getting all the way down to Carantini.
Yeah.
But I'm glad anyway, but I'm glad you got that catcher there, Spencer. That's
me too.
Squared away.
Me too. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and grab I'm going to show tell me what you think about this guy versus this guy. Because I'm thinking about taking the first guy here first, because I actually think that he maybe has a higher upside. But you tell me, should I go with the dual eligibility or what do you think? Stick with the dual eligibility?
The first guy got Hitters Park. I would maybe stay with the guy. I would probably go dual eligibility.
Go dual eligibility, and then I could always fall back on the other guy later.
I think he'll fall back to you.
Okay, let me go ahead and grab Andujar. Yeah. Let's see what round I got Andujar in that other one. It was round 30, and this is 31, so pretty much the same spot.
San Diego wants to play Andujar. San Diego's going to find a way to play him, and he's going to play at 3rd when Manny Machado DHs. So,
and that's back-to-back Padres, so there's a narrative.
There you go.
And neither of them were Nick Castellanos, so
get yourself a City Connect jersey.
I need. They're not doing those this year.
No.
Last year was the last year. I heard them say at the end of last season, I was watching one of the games with the City Connect Padres jerseys. You know the ones, the neon-colored ones. And they said they're retiring them.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're going to have a different kind or what.
Because even if you hate the Padres, even though I hate the Padres, I like that jersey.
They're fun. They're fun jerseys. They remind me of like a 90s. That's why I like them. There's a very 90s feel to those jerseys.
Totally Miami Vice style.
Yes. Honestly, it's very Miami. You're right.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird for it being San Diego.
Yeah, totally. All right, I'm gonna hang on with you for one more pick, and then I'm gonna get to some bedtime activities over here. There's
no
Jeffrey
problem.
Springs, Liam Hicks.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on and talking with me. It's been a lot of fun. Good preview for our draft next week too.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting in our draft, getting into that draft, and kind of picking it apart from the beginning together.
Yeah.
We'll be able to share some more information, some more stats. But oh, there's another player. I'm high on Edward Julian. I got to tell you, coming up in our draft, I think he's a pretty good player too. Colorado
It's
predictability.
that's the whole thing though. It's the same exact thing with him as far as like, yeah, he's got legit power. He does. And he has the chance that
Right.
maybe he can grow. But based off what I've seen from him, the reason why I don't like him is because I feel that we can't predict when he's going to be good, and we're going to put him in and he'll just get offers. But he still
At
has the
Colorado.
chance. That's the thing with it, with him going to Colorado, he has the chance for growth and
Right.
movement.
Right.
Okay, now I want to review my positions. So I have a total right now of 14 pitchers. This is and I'm through round 31. Do you think that I'm about on pace, or how many pitchers do you like to finish with? For me, it's around 21 or 22. Is that
I
about
go
the same with
22.
you? Okay, so you go 22.
I go 16 and 6. I go 22. But I do not. I wish I could draft pitcher as smartly, aggressively as you do, but I can never get that many good pitchers as early as you do there. So I would say you're maybe in terms of pacing, you might be a little bit ahead on the pitching. But in terms of to get to 22, how many did you say you have? 17?
I have 14. I have
14.
14. So that would leave me with needing about
8.
7 more, right? 7 or 8
yeah.
more. Yeah. Which is good considering that I have 20 rounds. Or 19 rounds. And then as far as hitting, so I've got 3 catchers, Langoliers, Jensen, and now Freddie Fermin.
Right.
So first base options, I've got Bush, I've got Arise. And as of this moment, those are my only first base options. So I do need to add another first base option. Second base options. Otto Lopez, Chase Mydroth. I will have Luis Arise at second base. I've got Nolan Gorman as a second base option. And that's it for second base options. So I need at least one more of those. Shortstop options, Otto Lopez, Chase Meadroth, Kevin McGonigal. That's 3 shortstop options that I have. Definitely need at least one more there. Third base options, Josh Jung, Nolan Gorman, and then Noelvi Marte, and then now Miguel Andujar. And outfield, I've got my 5 in there. Plus, I have Jesus Sanchez, Miguel Andujar. So I am lacking on outfield options. I need at least 4 more outfield options to play. And that is something that I will say, looking back now, that, I probably missed out on 1 or 2 of those guys that could have helped me more at outfield when we were talking about some of those other names. Maybe I should have grabbed 1 more. That's something for, I would say that's a good takeaway for me before our draft next week, is to, when we hit the mid-20s, maybe don't forget to grab, while there's still some really good outfielders there, don't forget to grab them before they dry up.
Okay. I'll make that note. Let's concentrate on getting those outfielders squared away.
Yep. So at least, because I would feel better even if I just had at least 1 more good option right now, that I could rotate in.
There's a couple. There's 1 more player I see down there. I don't know. There are some outfielders that are going to get used in certain situations.
So, yes, there's like this one I know you like.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
And the one that you just typed, he pairs with that other pick that I did earlier, as like, they kind of are similar.
Mm-hmm. And that's a pick that people like, that Roblowski.
I think I just found the one that I'm going to go with.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Yeah, because this is a guy who I think is not far away from having some playing time that can open up for him. that could make him really good. What do you think about this one?
I saw him down there too. That's another one that I was going to mention. Yeah. I'm not sure. There seems to be a logjam there. I'm not up on what's going on with that.
So there is. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this one at the top first. Hold on, he's got an injury thing. What does it say? Elbow inflammation has been diagnosed with right elbow inflammation. Underwent imaging after he felt soreness throwing the bases. Figures to be shut down for at least the next 2 days. Expected full utility role. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to grab Brooks Baldwin now because I do think that Brooks Baldwin adds, like I said, a nice like kind of complementary piece with Chase Meadroth.
Exactly.
I don't like hearing that whole thing about potentially being hurt, but the other guy, there's literally the only people that are these two guys are who are holding him back from an everyday playing job.
Well, so they traded for one of those guys, and the other guy they don't like.
Right. That's why I'm like, and with him being so young, and he did really well in his short little sample size last year. It was very small. But I liked the team, and what if, right? It's the
what if
we're at that point now where we are swinging for some what ifs. Yeah. Now, also though, I just noticed someone who's still in my queue.
Oh,
do you like this guy?
I think I see him.
It's a pitcher.
Because
I have the other one, the teammate.
If you that's the right move. You know that's the right move.
Do you think I should go ahead and do it because I have the teammate?
Oh, God, you just drafted another outfielder to give you the ability to do that. I don't know.
All right, I'm doing it. It. Yeah, Jojo Romero. I don't know. I at least the two guys that at least I'll say this. I have Edwin. Edwin should be locked and loaded. Riley and Romero hopefully will get me some saves, and then Taylor and Estrada are just really good arms, right?
And you can still take you can still take one more full save spec down the road.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's the right combo there. You got what is that? Closer committee. You just got to play that. It's hopefully that happens where you want to play them both on the same weekend and you get lucky about it.
That would be nice. Yeah.
That just depends on your starters. Your starters are. I think that's the right move though, man. Because what other? These are also a time not for speculative, but for necessary safety moves, necessary redundancy moves, and that's basically like don't crash your rocket ship. So,
right. Well, hey, Jason, thank you so much, bud. I'll let you go. I really appreciate you coming on here and talking with me. I'll let you know how this draft turns out. I'll shoot you a message at the end and let you see the. Actually, I'm going to you know what I'm probably going to do is do like I did when I did that best ball championship, and I'll write my team out and then I'll post it on Twitter. But I'll send it to you before I post it over there.
Okay. Well, keep in touch, man. I'll talk to you in the next couple of days, and good luck finishing this thing out.
Thank you.
Appreciate the invite, man. Enjoy the time. I'll see you before too long.
Oh no, I appreciate you. You have a great night.
All right, brother.
See ya.
Peace.
All right. That was awesome. Loved getting to have him on here. Jason is a great guy. I'm sure a lot of you guys who play NFBC have been in leagues with him. And like I said, he is such a great mind with this stuff. He's built such an amazing program with his spreadsheet. Again, I can't wait to draft with that next week. It just lays everything out so beautifully. Okay. We are in round 33 coming to round 34. And the last time that I went and used a bathroom break, we're in like round 12. I got to go do that again. Let me throw some music on for you guys. And I will be back here in 1 minute. And I will be right back. Where's the music? There's the music. All right, I'm back, and we've reached the nitty-gritty part of the draft. Let me see who went since I just went to the bathroom here. Okay, Gabriel Arias, Angel Martinez, couple of Cleveland guys, Mark Leiter, Spec Saves, Pedro Pages, Dalton Rushing, Corbin Burns. All right, Corbin Burns was the one I was talking about as a potential comeback in July. He's right there with the Hunter Green thing, and he went even later. I love Corbin Burns. I won't end up having him in anything this year. We'll see, though. He could be a difference maker down the stretch. That is possible. So that is a good pick here in round 34. All right. And yeah, let's see what Gavitt does here. Now, as we are approaching, I have several people still in my queue, but I need to go add some more. So I need to go start looking at guys to star for the queue. There still is some value here of people that could be good right away out of the gates as opposed to having to wait on. But we're also at the part of the draft where I am okay with taking some guys that I do have to wait on. Let's see here. All right. Couple more options for my queue before we get too much further. All right, I need to go look at hitting. I was just going through pitchers. There went Troy Johnston. That's one I was looking at. Ah, gosh dang it, AJ Puck. All right. Well, that was about to be my pick. Let me look something up here. Okay, one more potential sit and wait on guy that I like a lot. It's the same vein as Puck, and only this guy, there's no clear timetable for return. I was going to say it's Puck and Burnsy. But I'm not going to do it. Zach Cole is who I was talking about earlier as a real potential to theoretically get play. The only people that are really blocking him from playing time is Joey Loperfido and Jake Myers. Jake Myers, I don't think is going to go anywhere because they like him. He's really good at defense. He's been around for a long time with the Astros. But I mean, Loperfido, they just acquire him in that trade for Jesus Sanchez. I could take Loperfido as well. I don't think he's all that great, though. Loperfido, that is. We'll see, though. He's not really had a chance. And then there's a couple other veterans that I wouldn't mind taking here. Veteran bats who will be playing. Let's see. It is time for me to crack open my Red Bull as we approach round 35. And I am so far off doing my sheet that whole time while we were talking. I couldn't keep up with marking names off. That's fine. At this point, it's just about finding guys, digging through, taking some gambles. And if I miss some people, it is what it is. That's just a part of doing these fast drafts late. And I love digging through these names. Gosh dang it, guys. This is one of my favorite things is to dig through these late names and try to find some gems like Joe Mack, who just went. Good thing I didn't need another catcher. Otherwise, that one could have got me. All right. I need to go review. I could probably use another couple of options. A pitcher. And this is the one I was thinking. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. There's no clear timetable for return, but I'm going to go ahead and grab Schwellenbach. This feels like a good spot, pick 515. Hopefully he'll be back at some point and I can play him in the second half of the year. If not, and it turns up ends being a wasted pick, that could have happened with one of the young guys that I would have picked here anyway. But I do want to go look some stuff up for pitching as we move forward here. Okay, a couple guys who I know have a potential job, not necessarily yet. There's still some nice middle reliever arms. Let me go look up this name and see what his projected role is currently as we speak. That's exactly what I thought. It's the minors. Did see Alexis Diaz got cut recently. He was someone who down here late I thought about as a potential saves guy, but he's so bad. I'm not surprised that he got cut. Let me go throw these names in my queue. There's an interesting one, super late. That one. Okay, I'm finding some late names. I love digging through these late names, trying to find guys that are going to work out. And if they don't, they don't. But man, it's fun. Here's a couple names that could be back from injury later. Let's see here. This guy pitched tonight. Throw him in the queue. All right. Okay. I got some people in the queue. Let's go see what's happened since I picked. Okay. Carson Williams to Heffernan. Then we've got Ben Joyce. That's another. Oh, so that Stack took Puck and Joyce. Both good picks there. I could have taken Joyce instead of Schwellenbach. And I may end up looking back and being like, I could have just used Joyce there, but hopefully Schwellenbach will matter for me in maybe July, maybe, fingers crossed, July, August, and September. If that were the case, that would be incredible. If not, at least August and September. Just please come back, Spencer. I beg you. Then we got Reese Olson. I think, yeah, that's the auto. I was going to say, I think Olson's out for the year. There went Dick Fitz, and that was one who I throw in my queue. Foster Griffin, Tim Tawa. That's a good multi-position eligible guy. I saw Haesung Kim went back to pick one with Dieter Fuentes. Man, I saw Dieter Fuentes throwing heat the other day. Christian Scott went before that. Hunter Harvey, Eduardo Rodriguez, Elvis Alvarado. I think all of the A's potential. Elvis Alvarado looked so good in WBC. I think all of the potential A's closer guys are gone now. Hogan Harris did go, didn't he? I think I saw his name. Yeah, he went. There went Jordan Romano. So many athletics or Angels guys that are also like potential for saves, but you just don't know. Let's see here. Oh, Travis Bazzano win. I missed that. I wonder if he'll be up this year. Probably. I imagine that he'll come up this year. Goldschmidt, too. I missed the Goldschmidt. That's a good veteran piece here to take. I took him in my other one. What round did I take him in? Round 34. This was round 35. Yep, this was the spot to take Goldschmidt. Speaking of, I need to review again what positional depth I need to add. I do need one more catcher at some point. I would like, let's see again, Michael Bush, Luis Ariz. Maybe Bellinger gets first at some point. I need another first base option. Let's see. So I added Baldwin and Cole and Andujar and Sanchez. I've got several bench outfielders now. Got my third catcher. All right. I need to add some bench infield depth. All right. There's a few names I immediately see that jump out as some interesting depth pieces for the infield. Let's throw a few names in the queue just to keep my eye on as we move along. All people that theoretically could have some value at some point in the year. I may not play that much, but they are worth queuing here. Man, is Sam Antonacci worth queuing now? I wonder. He's looked so good for Italy. He's way down here. I don't know if he's going to come up this year or not. That's the thing. But man, doing as good as he did in the WBC, it's definitely going to make the White Sox think about it. And I do have several other White Sox. I'm going to throw them in my queue. That might be a super late guy that I haven't looked at taking yet up to this point. Okay. All right. You know, we're at the part where I know these names are gross, but man, even though the names are gross, they're exciting to me because I love whenever I during the season when these late round picks work, it makes you feel so good. Such a satisfying feeling when your late picks work. Let me go pull up roster resource. I want to double check current status. Okay. All right. So since Pizzana and Kyle Higashioka and Jordan Romano, we've had Palante, Cade Anderson, Kumar Rocker. There went Kiner Falefa. There was one of the people that I had just queued. Mauricio. Is it on me? Nope. I'm going to pick away. Christian Moore, Alec Thomas, Sean Burke. Okay. All righty then. Go look something up. Late May. Sit on that for a while. Go look up this guy. That's what I thought. At least he's going to play right now. All right. I'm going to go ahead and grab Cole Young at second. He's a pretty interesting young player. I've seen, he's a little guy, but I've actually seen him crush some homers. A couple other guys throw in the queue. Here's someone that I want to go look up his projected role. It's a veteran. Yeah, he's not projected to start the year in the big league team. That's what I thought. I didn't even know why they signed this guy. There's one who I know will play. May not be good, but he at least is someone I could play and put in if I needed to. Ben Williamson, Taylor Walls, Sean Armstrong, Kyle Karros, Quinn Matthews all went after my Cole Young pick. Nathan Lukes. There's a good bat that should be in there almost every day. That's still down here. Zach Veen, I thought about him. Henry Davis. There went my late catcher option I was going to grab with Henry Davis. Oh, well. Okay. Let's review. Oh, boy. Oh, we're getting rough, guys. We are getting rough. I'm going to go ahead and grab J.J. Bleday just to get another outfield option. Okay, so how many pitchers do I still need? I need... This is around 37. I need... Did I miss anyone? Let's review this here. Yeah, I didn't write down Schwellenbach. Doesn't really count, but it kind of counts. So I need a minimum of 5 more pitchers, minimum, maybe 6 more before this draft is over. I did see Elmer Rodriguez Cruz went earlier. That's someone who I had thought about I had in my queue. Okay, I need to get some more pitchers ready in my queue for later. There's one. some of these later pitchers, gross or not, if they could theoretically help you at some point in the year, they're worth a star. And there still is a lot of those guys who theoretically can help you at some point in the year. There's one. And again, it is fun trying to pluck these gems out down here. Yeah, that one's looking pretty decent. Let me throw him up to the top of my queue so I don't forget his name. Okay. All right. So now I'm in the long go around. After I took Blade, we had Louis Varlin, Chris Martin, Jonah Heim, Tristan Casas, and my boy Matt Brash. I love Matt Brash. Man, I cannot believe Team 9 literally is going to let this entire thing get autoed. Of course, like I said, I did it once myself. Can't believe that was all the way back in 2021. It doesn't feel like that was that long ago. It was. All right, Robert Hassel. That's an interesting one. I don't think is he projected to play out of the gates? Let's see. No, he is projected to start in the minors, but he could be up. He up last year. Joe Boyle. Phil Maton. Seth Halverson. Is that the same guy that took Victor Vodnik earlier? No, it's not. That was a different guy over at this end of the board. All right, and let's see what the turn does here. Okay, while I'm waiting on the turn, I'm going to go back over and look back. Man, I really wish I could have got that Ballesteros pick earlier. Whichever you guys grabbed him, that one stung. I was really wanting that Ballesteros pick. All right. At least there still is quite a few different hitters I'm okay with, as adding with depth pieces along the way. It's getting much rougher at pitcher for me to see names that stand out. So I'm going to keep all of these hitter names starred. There's another one. Oh, he's hurt. Well, roster resource still shows him in there. Dealing with minor calf strain. Expected to come out only a few days. Okay. That's not a problem. That's an interesting pick for later. All right. I officially have plenty of hitters in my queue as we go. So now I need to go back and focus on making sure I have options for pitchers as we move along. Because, again, that can get away from you so quick. And I kind of have let it. I mean, I'm so glad that I did what I did earlier with loading up on the pitchers that I did, because it's allowed me to do what I've done now and to push pitching to where I have here. But right now, I do feel like my pitching is theoretically a little light. I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm counting on guys like Andrew Painter, Cade Cavalli, Max Meyer, Reed Detmers, and then Peyton Tolley and Schwellenbach. I mean, I know I'm going to have to wait on Tolley a certain amount of time. Schwellenbach, I don't know when he'll be back. Dylan Carlson is a non-roster invite for the Cubs. Wow, I did not see that. I thought he was a free agent still. I didn't know that anyone would give him a shot again. He actually was okay for Baltimore last year, but okay, so I see Carlos Santana. That was the veteran first baseman I had in there queued. Max Clark, Trevor McDonald, Brad Keller, Team USA. Yohan Moncada, there's another good one with Carlos Santana as far just like a steady veteran who will be in there every day. Graham Pauley, that's an interesting upside play. Jacob Young, good speed play late. All right, as we are approaching back to my pick, Romy Gonzalez, of course, to the auto. And then now I'm 3 away. I still need another first baseman. Man, that sucks. That really stinks losing out on those last 2 for me because those were 2 I was really hoping for. Oh, yeah, I saw this guy sign. Does he have any chance to make the team? What does roster resource say? They say no. I could see how he could get in there. I don't mind to say it. I'm talking about Patrick Wisdom. Patrick Wisdom, I love Patrick Wisdom. What a stud. But he was in Japan or Korea last year. The dude just cannot stay on the field. But man, the power in his bat is so good. Let me go look up someone else who has multi-position eligibility. All right. One other. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. And there went Jock Peterson. Okay. Jake Bowers, come on down, my friend. You are the next contestant on my team. So that gives me now first base options of Bush. Hopefully I will never take him out. Hopefully he's just going to stay at first. But I still have a Rise, and I have plenty of second base options. Not plenty, but I have several. So I could play a Rise there. Who else for first base? Just Bowers. That could be a huge problem for my team if Bush goes down. Let's hope Bush does not go down. If he does, Arise is going to fill in, and I don't love Arise as a first baseman. I would much rather have him as my second baseman or middle. That's where I feel I can extract the most value from him. Maybe, though, Bellinger might get that first base eligibility like I was talking about. And if he did, and let's say Bush doesn't go out till the second half of the year, if he were to be hurt, then that could happen at the same time whenever Bellinger has first. Okay, now I feel a little better. But as of this exact moment, I only have 3 people with eligibility at first base. All right. I'm back on the clock. Oh, man, guys, this is a tough one for me. What I want to do, I don't know if it's smart to do. But I'm going to do it. And I'm going to grab Chris Paddock right now because I want another starter who I could put in there if I need to. I don't love Chris Paddock, but I don't hate Chris Paddock. I mean, we'll see. Roster Resource has him projected as the third pitcher. I don't know what that means. But I felt that if I waited, I didn't want to wait and miss out on that. There's not a lot of other starting pitcher options that are looking like they could begin the year in the rotation. There's a few that I've got starred, but Paddock was the last one who I think at least has the upside to be decent. I mean, Cade Povich, that's one. Barrios, there's another one to team. I mean, Barrios, I don't know what his injury is, but I think it's bad. I think he may be out for the year. Jose Barrios. Return date is uncertain due to renewed right elbow inflammation. Okay, so no, it's nothing for sure yet as far as him being out, but he is scheduled to see a specialist. Okay, so I don't really know what the exact word is on Jose Barrios, but I know it's not good. Hunter Barco, that's interesting. Good pick there, Gavitt. Of course, I know you're always popping good picks, bro. You're the one who I know I've drafted with the most, and I have a lot of respect for you. You draft some really good teams. Let's see here. Jewel grabbed Lux. Stanek. That's a pretty interesting pick. Man, watch Stanek end up getting saves instead of Riley O'Brien or JoJo Romero. Oh, that would eat my crawl. Okay. After I had picked Bowers, let's see, Colby Thomas, Nick Gonzalez, that's a good pick. JT Ginn, Ryan Burgett, Cole Henry. That's some interesting potential saves. Probably won't happen, but interesting. Nick Fortes, Jaden Hill, Kalen Culpepper. All right. And then Lo Profito went right after me to Heffernan. Man, Heffernan, you have got me. You have sniped me so many times in this draft. That Jock Peterson one got me. I was all set to take Jock Peterson there. Stanek, Bryce Elder, Tyler Rogers. Man, what a big situation for Tyler Rogers to come in for Team USA and get that. What was it? It was a double play yesterday on, who was batting? I forget now, but it was big. It was huge for USA at the time. Tobias Myers. Yeah, I'm glad I took Paddock because who knows? He could have gone. Look at this run of pitching as we're coming back around to me. Excuse me, guys. And we're down to the final 10 rounds. We are now entering round 40. So we are getting there, guys. Technically, it's 11, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. 11 more rounds. Still, when we finish 40, we'll be at 10. This has been a really good draft. I've really loved my team. I'm very, very happy with it. I do wish that I would have done a few things differently, or a couple things could have fell my way. Maybe you guys wouldn't have sniped me so much, but I am happy with it. I think it's got some good upside. I'm glad I got Kevin McGonigal. I like mixing, of course, the young guys and veterans. All right. Getting some very interesting pieces coming up here. And all of these final picks, they can matter. That's the thing, is you don't want to think of these picks as being picks that won't matter. They can matter 100%. Thank you for doing this. You made this draft enjoyable. 4 hours is a long draft, and ending around midnight when you have work the next day. Your narration. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. Which pick number are you, Jewel Pro? Maybe I might be able to pick it out. Jewel Pro. Oh, yeah. Team 11, Jewel, of course. Yeah, absolutely, bud. And Jewel, I think we've been in some drafts before. Your name looks familiar to me, too. I think I've seen Jewel. Jewel, have you been in some gladiators that I've been in? Are you gladiator drafter? That's where I primarily am at over on NFBC. Like I said, I do DCs. I've done an NFBC 50. I was in the Bubba and the Bloom auction. I was in the Rates and Barrels League. 15. Yep. Oh, you're pick 15, or you were in 15 gladiators. Which one was that? Joel? Because I'm assuming that you, Jewel Pro, or do you mean your pick 15? Because if you're pick 15, what's name is that? Pruzak. Are you Pruzak or are you Jewel? 15 gladiators or pick 15? Never did one. Okay, pick 15. Got it. Okay. Well, dude, next year, now let's hope to God that next year we have a baseball season and we do not have any delay. We better. I'm going to assume we are, and I'm going to think good things and positive things in my mind. So next year we will start drafting gladiators a week or so after I was about to say the Super Bowl, after the World Series, and I could not advise coming over and joining more. They're so much fun. I just started my this channel here where I'm streaming drafts back in January. So I have not streamed any gladiators before, but I will be doing that this year. So I will be streaming gladiators, not every night, because some nights I want to just sit here and not, just sit here on my own. But a lot I will be streaming because I love talking about gladiators, just like I love talking about these deep leagues. Again, they're so much fun. Like right now, these names that I'm looking at, so many interesting names. Okay, so there's several infielders who I could take here. I do need infield depth. There is a couple more pitchers that I have in my queue. There's one prospect hitter, though, that just in case he comes up and someone else could nag him anytime, I'm going to go ahead and grab Leo DeVries. I don't think Leo DeVries is going to come up this year. Let me go see what his estimated. I think he's going to come up next year, but I've seen him already do good in spring training. He's a monster prospect. Major ETA. So, yeah, basically it looks like his ETA could be either end of 26 or 27. He's so young. I think he's just going to be 19. No, he's 19 right now. His birthday's in October, so this will be his age 19 season. So he won't be 20 until the end of this year. But 19-year-olds come up. It could happen. I mean, we're going to probably see a 19-year-old with Connor Griffin before too long. And assuming that Connor Griffin does well, yeah, Julian pick 15, yeah. And yeah, bro, please do come join. You'll love it. I mean, they're so much fun, especially if you love this format. And it's just 23 rounds. So the drafts take, what's the first 23 rounds? About 2.5 hours. Much more manageable draft. Great competition. Oh man, let me tell you. Almost every room I'm in with gladiators, I mean, you're going against some of the best on NFBC, and I love that. Now, don't get me wrong. If you want to do some slows or you want to jump in occasionally, you might not have rooms of sharks, but a lot of times they're rooms of sharks. But again, I love that. Okay. Who did I take with my last one again? It was Leo DeVries. I should probably go back to pitcher here. 29 seconds. But there is still a couple middle infielders that I like, and I don't want to miss out. I'm going to grab Blaze Alexander. He could get different positions. He's just third for now. I really hope that he gets second locked up before Holiday comes back from injury. He just needs, if Holiday can be out for the first 2 weeks, then come back, then Blaze can lock in second. That'll allow me to have him at second, and then who knows? Hopefully nothing happens later in the year to anyone else. I don't even want to say the name of their shortstop because I don't want to jinx anything. But if anyone else were to get hurt, he could add other positions. I'll just say that. Because Blaze can play anywhere and everywhere. All right. Now we're waiting on Heffernan. I hope I got you with that one, Heffernan. I hope I got you back. Alejandro Zuna, probably not. But if you were sitting there waiting on Blaze and you're like, oh, he finally got me, that would make me feel good because you've got me several times tonight. All right. Julian, I like the Nathan Church pick, by the way, too. Are you a Cardinals fan? I see you got Palante, Pedro Pajes. See, I got my Cardinals hat on. I live in Southern Illinois. You got Victor Scott. You must like the Cardinals. Or maybe you just like picking from them. I saw Nolan Arenado, former Cardinal. But yeah, I'm about 2 hours away from St. Louis. So that's the place whenever I want to go watch games. That's my place to go, is old Busch Stadium. And I love Busch Stadium. Mets fan. All right. Do you have any Mets on your team? Let's go. Let's start at the top here. I don't I'm not. I'm just a personally. I'll just tell you, I'm a Cardinals fan, but I'm a fantasy fan. I don't draft based off of any sort of fandom. Of course, I say that, and I took Riley freaking O'Brien. Ugh. And it looks like you're the same. I don't see any Metropolitans on your team. Oh, take it back. Tobias Myers. There you go. You got your first one. Fun fact about Tobias Myers. So before, just happened. So before Tobias Myers was on the Brewers, before he got traded to the Mets, Tobias Myers was in another trade back several years ago. Oh, you wanted Nolan McLean? Yeah, well, buddy, I was happy to get him. Back several years ago, Tobias Myers was in another big trade. He was traded from Cleveland, I think, or from Tampa to Cleveland. And then I think he went from Cleveland to Milwaukee. I think he went from Tampa to Cleveland because he was traded for Junior Caminero. That's what I'm getting at. Tobias Myers was once traded for Junior Caminero. I don't remember if there was more pieces in that trade. Let me go look it up. Junior Caminero trade. In 2021, Guardians traded Cleveland traded teenage infielder Junior Caminero to Tampa Bay Rays for Tobias Myers. Yeah. Whoopsies. That one's not looking so great for old Cleveland right now, is it? Oh, that is funny. I knew that was something like that. I couldn't remember if it was straight up. It sure was. Okay, so here's who's gone. So Matt Vierling just went to Julian at 15. That's a good, solid pick there of an everyday guy well, he may not be everyday guy, but he could be. At least he's a veteran bat here who could actually matter for you. Before that, we had Justin Lawrence, potential saves guy in Pittsburgh, former Rockies fame. Lance McCullers Jr. God, let's hope he stays healthy. I like the Walker Jenkins gamble there, pick 12. Very nice. Logan Allen of Cleveland, just a good, solid arm. Sonoja, that's who I thought about instead of Blaze, Brandon. I thought about Sonoja. Of course, Santander went. At least for the most part, the auto has been sucking up all of the crappy hurt guys for the most part. What was that one the auto stung me on earlier that I was pissed about? What was it? I'm trying to remember. There was someone whenever I was on the phone with Jason, or on the stream here with Jason, and I was like, gosh dang it. Oh, it was Ballesteros. That's what it was. It was Ballesteros. Oh man, that one still stings that was the auto, and it wasn't one of you guys in here that grabbed him. Oh man, that would have been really nice for my team. Okay, James McCann. All right, I got to remember again. So I have 17 pitchers. I still need at least 4 more pitchers. Got to keep that in mind as we're approaching. David Fry, that's a good pick. I like that pick there. Oh, you got Quintana. I like the Quintana. So Quintana is you could find the right places to pitch Quintana whenever he's not in Colorado. And he's just a good, solid veteran pitcher. But I would never, of course, I know you know this, Joel. I would never play Quintana in Colorado, just like any pitcher in Colorado. Jose Urquidy, another good pick for Brandon. Andrew Kittredge, Sebastian Walcott, Carmen Mlodzinski. Who's projected, Mlodzinski or Urquidy to be the 5th starter for Pittsburgh? Let's go see. It's Urquidy, and Mlodzinski is projected to be in the bullpen. Aaron Ashby. Okay. So back to me. I'm up. I'm going to go with this pick, rookie. Hold on. Before I do that, let me make sure there's no. It's pitch. He's having a good spring training. All right. That's enough. I'm going to go ahead and do it. George Clausen. I'm going to go ahead and take Clausen as a potential second half of the year play. I don't know. I know he's a top pitching prospect. I haven't really got to see him pitch much. I know he's got a big fastball, but we'll see. A lot of times, rookie pitchers, I hear about them on podcasts, hear other people talk about them, but until I get to see them with my own eyes, I'm just flying blind. I will go and watch YouTube videos on some guys, but I've never done that with Clausen. I'm going to probably do that after tonight, though. I like to just do simple YouTube research on guys, on like minor league players that I've never seen before. You can sometimes find some really interesting info about them, not just highlight videos, but even like just like videos of like minor league, like the local minor league broadcasts and people talking to them and getting to know like the kid and their thought process. And I don't know, I enjoy doing that. I enjoy like YouTube scouting minor league people. I in football, I YouTube scout football players because I do not. I'm a huge fantasy football drafter. I love drafting fantasy football. I don't love football though. I love baseball, but I love fantasy football. Anyway, I don't know ever any rookies. I don't watch college football. I do not watch college football at all. But as soon as the NFL draft happens, I learn the guys. I see what team they go on, and then I go watch videos of them on YouTube. All right, this is a really crappy player. I don't want to take him. I just looked. He's got a projected role. It's a position that I need, but he sucks. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take another pitcher who at least, you know what? I'm going to take a pitcher. I was just talking about this, Julian, for you with your Quintana. Let's grab Michael Lorenzen. It's not great. But again, I could find some places to play him that is not in Colorado. And maybe, I don't think he did great in that game tonight. I think he may have been the one that gave up the runs, but he did so good against USA. And I've seen enough of Lorenzen to kind of know, like, he's fine. He's nothing special. He's fine. But after just grabbing Clausen, that pick before, I think that veteran was a good, solid pick there. And then, let's see, that puts me at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 pitchers. So minimum of 2 more pitchers for me. There's enough. I've got enough in my queue. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, let's go back to the draft board and see what I missed. So after I took Clausen, we had Gage Jump. Is Gage Jump, he's projected to start in the minors, right? Let's go see. Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's a sit back and wait on pick. Blade Tidwell, Pozo, Emerson Hancock, Emmanuel. A lot of these are sit back and wait on picks. Emmanuel Rodriguez, Dylan Moore, Keegan Aiken, Brady Hopkins. There went Talkman. All right, so Ezekiel Duran, right? The Heffernan, the pick right after when I took Lorenzen. That's the guy, Heffernan. That's the one who I was like, I could use the multi-position and I could use what he gives me from the positional standpoint, but Ezekiel Duran sucks. I've watched him for multiple years now. He has no juice in his bat. Maybe things will be different this year. I doubt it. I think he just sucks. But sometimes a crappy bat with multi-positions can help get you by. Davis Martin, that's a sneaky pick. Walker Buehler. I thought about Walker Buehler. I saw his name. I didn't put it in my queue. I haven't seen how he's done in spring. CJ Kafis to the auto. Jake Fraley, that was in my queue. Michael Conforto. Are we going to get anything from Conforto, or is Conforto just done for? If Conforto's not done for, that could be a monster pick in round 43. Talkman, I think, is a solid pick. I saw he signed with the Mets. I've liked him, but I don't think he has any projected role. Let's see. No, he's not currently projected to start, but it only takes a few injuries. And just because Roster Resource says it doesn't mean that's what it'll be. Cole Sands, Gerard Encarnacion. All right, we're on you, pick 15. Julian, let's see what happens here. And at this stage, you just want to get someone who's going to play. Absolutely. Did you just do that with Liam Hendricks? I don't know. I think you just shot for the potential. Let's go. While you're making your next pick, I'm gonna go search Liam Hendricks injury status. Liam Hendricks is Minnesota. I did know that he was picked up by Minnesota. Spring training non-roster invite. He's returned to full health following September 25 surgery for right elbow ulnar nerve. And he is competing for a spot in the Twins opening day bullpen after an injury-riddled 2025 season. Hey, that could be super sneaky then. He's back healthy. I love that. I love Liam Hendricks. I'm such a big Liam Hendricks fan. He is one of my favorite closers to ever watch pitch because of the emotion. And LaGrange, oh, bro, great picks. You just took a rocket fireballer in LaGrange. I mean, I don't know when he'll be up, but that's an awesome pick. Jason Adams, a good pick at 14. All right, look at us. We're just still picking out some gems here. I love this. Oh, man. Well, you just put Liam Hendricks back on my radar. I thought he was hurt and done for. I thought he was just done because of injury. He wasn't. I hadn't looked anything up on him. I had seen something that he'd signed a minor league contract with the Twins, and that stood out because I know that's the team he came up with. Hey, that's right. You do your research. You're ready to go. Liam Hendricks. Boom. Come on down. I love it, bro. I love it. Okay. Now, we're coming to the final 6 picks. Okay, Savali was one I had in my queue. I thought about throwing him on. I almost did that with the last pick instead of Lorenzen. I don't know who's going to be better, Lorenzen or Savali. No clue. Savali doesn't have the good home park either. He's got the minor league park in Sacramento. That's where, by the way, Jason was talking about TDK, who was on earlier. He told me he lives like a 15-minute bike ride in Sacramento from where the A's are playing. So jealous. I love watching the formerly Oakland A's. I love watching the A's. I sit and watch baseball almost every night during the season, and I'm a late night person. And because I'm in the central time zone, the A's are on almost every night at between 11 to 12 here, or 10:30 to 11, because I'll watch Big Inning before that. And Big Inning usually runs from like 7 to 10 or 7:30 to 10:30. And then I'll just go and switch it over to the A's game, or sometimes the Dodgers. But usually if the A's are on, I'm picking the A's. Alan Rodin's interesting. Jose Ferrer, and just in case anything, who knows what's going to happen in Seattle if anything happens to Munoz. My guess would be Brash. Is that the same owner that took Brash earlier? I know it was somewhere around that same. No, it was the guy next to him. Brandon took Brash earlier. Dane Myers, Colin Ray. That's again to the auto. All right, 3 picks away. JP Sears. I think he's also projected to start in the minors. Okay. Cody Bradford. I might do something super gross here. So gross. It could be, and I may never once play him. Do I feel like potentially wasting the pick? But who knows? He's been good in the past. He probably won't be, but you never know. Never know. Let's see. Make sure there's no news on him. Oh, yeah, that's why I thought he sucks. He still sucks. I was looking at Alek Manoah, guys, as like, yeah, maybe. Nah, he's just terrible. This guy's the same team. He's an interesting rotation, or for my bullpen. Let's throw Drew Pomeranz on. I may never play him, but at least if I play Drew Pomeranz, he might give me something. Whereas Alek Manoah, what's he going to give me? I've got 14 starting pitchers. One of them hurt with Schwellenbach. 2 of them rookies that I'm going to have to wait on with Tolley and Clausen. Clausen probably later than Tolley. Excuse me. I've got a young pitching staff with just a couple veterans on it, but it's a very high-end pitching staff. Hunter Brown, Nolan McLean, Bubba Chandler, Robbie Ray, Edward Cabrera, Andrew Painter, Cade Cavalli, Max Meyer, Reed Detmers, Tolley, Schwellenbach, Paddock, Clausen, Lorenzen, with Edwin Diaz, Riley O'Brien, Grant Taylor, Jeremiah Estrada, Jojo Romero, and Drew Pomeranz. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Is that 21? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's 20. Okay. That's what I thought. All right. I still need a 4th catcher. I mean, maybe. I may not even take a 4th catcher, to be honest with you. It's not like there's anyone good. There's a couple like theoretical options, like Jimmy Crooks, who just went. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Kopech and Junk were in my queue. Maybe they were both better picks than Pomeranz. Oh, 25 seconds. I took this guy on my other one. Probably won't be good, but at least it's a position that I might need to play at some point before young guys. I'm going to grab Jorge Mateo. Could be worse. I mean, at least Jorge Mateo is fast. I guess theoretically I could play him if I need to, and he may chip in a few steals. And there really isn't anything else there that I liked at shortstop. I had DeVries, but he's probably not going to play. And I needed that middle eligibility from my bench. I'm going to need at least one more of them as well. I'm going to have to pick someone else because that's where my team could theoretically struggle if I have a few injuries, is middle. I mean, I pushed middle. I like who I got. Don't get me wrong. Meadroth, Otto Lopez, Kevin McGonigal, Nolan Gorman. Again, theoretically a rise. I like those options, but if things go bad with those options, my bench doesn't have much. My bench has basically nothing for me. Cole Young, I doubt I can play him. DeVries, maybe I could play him if he was to get called up, but he probably won't get called up. Blaze Alexander, if he adds middle infield eligibility. Jorge Mateo, that's the one who I could see putting in right away when need be. I could see just plugging Jorge Mateo right in. He may not get a bunch of at-bats, but he could grab me 2 steals and for that week that I play him or that weekend that I play him. All right, let's see what's happened since I picked old Mateo. So Sam Antonacci, that's talking about him earlier. There he went. Heffernan, got him. You just told me, oh, yeah, you remember when you were saying you could use him because you have the White Sox guys? Oh, yeah, I'll take him. Because I forgot. He was in my queue, but I forgot I was looking at shortstop, and he's second. Herberto Hernandez, Ryan Yarborough, Sun Moon Song, and Brian King. I don't know. Sun Moon Song is someone that I also thought about clicking much earlier than this, and I've just avoided. Guys, I was going to try to hold out and not take another bathroom break, but I'm sorry. I have to go, so give me just one moment. I'm going to go throw the music back on, and I'll be back on here in just a minute to finish this draft out with you. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Time to finish this thing up. Okay. Now, let's see who went while I was using the potty. All right. After Sun Moon Song, Brian King, Yimi Garcia, Brandon Williamson. I saw Brandon Williamson's back. I'm glad for him. Justin Topa, Ryan Thompson, Luis Torrens. I was looking. I looked right past his name. Great pick there. And Griffin Canning. Good picks there at the turn, buddy. I really Luis Torrens was actually a good catcher pick at the end here. I totally looked right past him. Anthony Bender, Andre Shapiro, Tristan McKenzie. If I would have been marking my list off, where do I have Torrens? Yeah, I would have picked Torrens. I have him as my catcher, 49. Yeah, oh well. It is what it is. All right, Andre Shapiro, Tristan McKenzie. I saw Tristan's back. Another Padre. The Padres are just taking in all the lost causes. Ty Johnston, Nathaniel Lowe, Eric Wagaman. I said Johnston, Ty Johnson, Heston Kustad. All right, coming back up to me. All right, I'm going to make this first pick and then review. There went German Marquez, another Padres. Okay. This guy doesn't have catcher eligibility. I'm going to take him as my fourth catcher just in case he gets called up to catch at any point for them this year. I saw Andy Rodriguez is healthy, and he gives me another first base option, which, again, as I was talking about earlier, I don't have that many of. So we'll go ahead and grab him. And then look to see who's going to come back around. Couple interesting options. All right. Who just went? Jose Alvarado. He was in my queue. Graham Ashcraft, Daryl Hernandez, Estuary Ruiz, Cooper Ingle, Adam Frazier. I just queued him. Tanner Gordon. We're moving along good. Ryan Bliss. All right. Here we go. Vaughn Grissom, come on down, baby. Please do something at some point in your life, preferably this year. Oh, man. Talk about Vaughn. I mean, you guys remember a few years ago when we were drafting Vaughn Grissom so high. Remember way back in the day when he was traded straight up for Chris Sale. Oh, the Red Sox. Jeez. I've talked about it on other streams. I'm so glad I'm not a Red Sox fan. If I was a Red Sox fan, I don't know that I could still be one after. I could, because I'm still a Cardinals fan with all of the stupid moves they've made in the last 6 years or 7 years. But ever since Mookie Betts, the Red Sox have just made so many bad decisions. Braxton Fulford, I know TDK's into him. I've heard him talk about taking him as his last catcher. Again, my last catcher is theoretically Andy Rodriguez, who doesn't have catcher eligibility yet. But if Henry Davis continues to struggle, I could see them bringing Indy up and being the backup there. And it's not like Joey Bart is anything great anyways. Joey Bart could easily just get replaced, or he could get hurt, and that could cause Indy to come up. Any number of ways that Indy could come up and end up actually mattering for my team. Cutter Crawford, Michael Massey. I thought about Michael Massey. I saw his name. I considered that. Let me go see. Is he still projected to be playing for them consistently? I don't remember. No, he's projected to be a bench bat now. He's kind of never really lived up, has he, Michael Massey, to kind of what he could be. That just made me think of something. Let's go throw him in the queue. There's a couple interesting queue guys there. I need to go put a couple more. There went Manoah. There went Manoah. Brandon said, I'll do it. I know he sucks, but I'll add him on just in case. All right, I need to go find a couple more pitcher options for my queue as just in cases. We're getting to the nitty-gritty time here. Of course. Okay, there's one. I'd take a gamble on him. I'd take a gamble on him. Oh, gosh, how depressing is it seeing Emmanuel Clase down here? Oh, Clase, you fool. You fool. Man, we were so big on Porter Hodge a year ago, and he's down here. Aisle bound with flexor strain. Yeah. Poor Porter Hodge. I'm pretty sure Bautista's out for the whole season. I'm going to count him out for the whole year, not pick him up. I'm going to assume that Darvish is out for the whole year, considering retiring. Not surprised there. I'm down here at these old hurt guys. Oh, Josiah Gray. There's one of the pitchers I just put in my queue. All right. That's one down. Here's one I'll throw in my queue. Oh, gosh, Miles Mikolas. Oh, Miles Mikolas to the queue. If someone wants him, take him. Let's see here. Another one for the queue. That one's interesting. That one's interesting. All right. I got a couple interesting queued guys down late. Anyone else? Does anyone else just love going down through these names of no ones at the end, trying to find someone to pluck, hoping that they're going to actually matter, and how good you'll feel in the year if they actually are important and you play them in your lineup and they do well? Gosh, it's such a great feeling. I love going through these names trying to find them, especially the ones that no one is looking at. Oh man, I'm down here this low. I just saw Jackson Job's name. He's definitely out for the year, right? Yeah, for sure. They are not going to mess with trying anything with him. Shelby Miller, he's out for the year. Yep. There's the dual-handed pitcher for the Cardinals. I don't think he's going to come up at any point. I saw Mike Clevenger. There's Mike Clevenger. I saw Mike Clevenger is on the Pirates. I saw him pitching in spring training the other day. I used to love Mike Clevenger. I was such a big Mike Clevenger fan a few years ago. His career has fallen off a cliff. Okay, let's see who's been taken. I've been talking. Oh, Julian, you took Josiah Gray and Starling Marte. You're robbing my queue, bro. I just starred Marte after the Massey thing, and I was just pulled up there to him like, oh, yeah, I forgot they just signed Marte. And then there goes Yoshida. Well, there went two of the utils that I thought I could sneak in late. I've only got three here. Josiah Gray could end up being awesome. Oh, bro. Cardinals love to trade they love to just trade good players, period. Or maybe they trade players that are bad for them that will then become good. Clark Schmidt, there's a good one. I know he's coming back at some point in the year. Probably he's a July guy as well. Okay, I'm going to pick away. Heffernan, what you going to do, buddy? What you going to do? Okay. All right. Still waiting. Braden Montgomery. All right. I'm going to also take a Montgomery and Mason Montgomery. That could be a solid ratio pitcher that I throw in. That is, I think he's a fine pitcher. And that's what I'm trying to find here. Someone that if I play them, I will feel okay with and I won't feel gross. I would feel okay with putting Mason Montgomery in my lineup, even in week 1, just because you never know if you're going to run into a win, and he could have multi-inning role with some Ks. Okay, round 49. Well, I'm going to do one more pitcher. I'm going to go sneaky. Jonathan Loaizaga. I've seen him healthy on Arizona, just in case. What if he ends up being the closer instead of the fools like Sewald and Ginkel? And what if Puck takes longer than expected to come back? I don't think Justin Martinez is coming back this year. If he does, it's the very end of the year. They'll probably just hold Justin Martinez out for the whole year. Okay, so now I got to review before we get to my last pick, my positions again. So let's see where I'm sitting. I know I'm good at pitcher. I'm not going to take another pitcher. As far as outfield is concerned, so I have the 5 in my starting lineup. And then I've got Sanchez, Andujar, Baldwin, Cole, Blade, Jake Bowers has it. That's 11 total possible. So I could theoretically use another outfield eligible player. Let's see. What else? Okay, so first base, already covered. I'm fine at first. I'm fine at catcher. Second base, I've covered. I knew I needed the ones that I got. I knew I needed some second base and some shortstop depth. I added in Jorge Mateo and Vaughn Grissom. I added them in, though, at the end here. So that gives me the depth that I need there. I don't have to reach for that position. Third base, I know I have plenty of third basemen. I've got Josh Jung. I've got Nolan Gorman. I've got Noelvi Marte. I've got Andujar. Blaze Alexander. Good at third base. Yeah, so it looks like outfield is going to be the last position that I add some depth piece to outfield. Okay, let's go peruse my options here. Oh, man. Oh, dang. Luis Campusano. That's a good pick. That's a good sneaky one. See, I should have thought about it. Again, I know is on. I knew he had utility eligibility. I didn't scroll down. Julian, there you go. Mikolos, buddy. Come on down. And that Luis Campusano is a great pick. Should have done that instead of Andy Rodriguez. There's a chance that maybe Andy Rodriguez is better, and at least he has first base eligibility now. But Luis Campusano, I've been waiting on him to be good for years. It could happen with him. And I have Freddie Fermin, so that, Luis Campusano would have been perfect for me. Dang it. Dang it. I messed up on that one bad. I totally should have picked him. All right, and Drew Gilbert, final pick, Drew Gilbert. Mr. Crazy, Drew Gilbert. I like it, though. Good potential young guy there and to take for your last pick, Julian. Great draft. All right. Here we come. We're coming to the last round. This has been one heck of a draft, guys. Thank you all who've been here with me this long. This has been super fun. I've loved doing this. I love doing draft champions. I love drafting this deep. I don't get to do it hardly ever because my best ball, again, we're drafting 750 player. I normally draft on Underdog where we're drafting 240 players. This is 500 more players, and I love that. I love it. Okay. I know I've said that a lot. Sorry. Jefferson Quero, the last auto pick. At least all of us know that we've got one team that'll be down at the bottom. It is Team 9, the auto team. All right. 3 away. Schneeman. Mr. Schneebly. Ryan Ward. I like Ryan Ward. I took him on my other DC. I grabbed him much earlier too because I didn't know when to take him. I got him in round 42, and here he is going in round 50. But I like Ryan Ward. Oh, I appreciate it, buddy. I really do. Thank you for that. Yeah, like I said, I draft underdog. So here's like my normal schedule. Every Tuesday night. So tonight's Monday. So tomorrow, next Tuesday night, I'm going to go live. Tomorrow night, I'm going to go live 9 p.m. Central and draft a couple dingers. So we're coming to the end of dinger season. I've got 17 left to do to max out that contest. We can't wait to do that tomorrow. Going to probably jump on and draft again on Wednesday since we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Thursday, I'll be busy. We're going to come on again and draft on the weekend, Friday, Saturday, maybe even Sunday this week. And then next Tuesday night, I'm going to be doing another DC with Jason, who was on here with me earlier, TDK 90 Men. And we're going to co-own a DC together. Cannot wait to talk that out with him. And I got my last pick. Here it is. This could be sneaky. This is the final of as soon as you guys are picking all these sneaky utility guys, this could be the last one. George Valera on roster resource. It is what it is, but it says that he's projected to be the number 2 hitter. It's in a platoon, but it's the number 2 hitter. He's a left-handed bat, so it's the better side of the platoon. He's a young kid. He's going to gain outfield eligibility. Boom goes the dynamite. And Mr. Irrelevant of the night, Angel Zerpa, rocket left-hander, throwing darts. But again, guys, thank you again. So tomorrow night, I will be going on to draft some dingers. Again, next Tuesday night, be doing another draft champions. If anyone wants to get in that, there's still spots in that. It's next Tuesday night. And then it's time. It's season. It's here. So I cannot wait. And again, thank you all so much for hanging on, doing this, watching this, doing this draft with me. And I'm going to go to bed. This has been a long night. My name's Spencer. This is Best Ball Draft Addicts. And remember, guys, until the next time, keep drafting. See ya.